couple minutes after 4, so we're going to get rolling. Let me just take 1 second to review the agenda because I thought there were some changes.
We're live, Mr. Chair.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll call this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission to order Tuesday, November 15th, a few minutes after 4 p.m. I'd like to get a motion to approve the agenda.
I do. Make a
Okay,
motion.
Val, on your motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. All right, public comments? Anyone on the tube? Oh, Esme.
I do have public comment.
Okay, please.
For the record, I'm Esmeralda Martinez. I just want to let everybody know, as probably you all do know already, I am the HDC administrator slash compliance coordinator. I do not have a degree in historic preservation or architecture, but I am a current student at Westfield University working on earning my bachelor's degree in science, majoring in business management. I became the HDC coordinator slash administrator 9 months ago, and before that, I was an administrative specialist. So I know the back roads of, per se, the HDC. When my position became available, it was abrupt, as you all may know, but it was posted on the town website, and like me and probably other people applied for it, and I got interviewed for it. I have earned this position. I'm learning something new every day, and as all you know, this is the busiest department in the entire district. I'm grateful and appreciative of my coworkers. I work very closely with Holly Backus, our historic preservation planner, Billy Sad, our newest land use specialist, and my right hand, Adrian, as an administrative specialist. As in another note, the tablets were ordered and they should be here within the next weeks. And just a little FYI, we do have an HDC meeting this coming Thursday at 1 p.m. at the Plus office, and there will be no regular HDC meeting next week due to the holiday. So the next regular Tuesday meeting will be November 29th.
Thank you, Esme. I appreciate your sharing.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner comments? Okay.
Let's get this rolling.
Oh, can I ask a question,
Thursday.
Steve?
Diane, you're breaking up.
Can I ask you a question? The agenda, what, are we planning to stay until 8 o'clock or what? I just have to let the van let me know. It looked very short today and I couldn't come anyway because of Diane, but,
It's got
Oh,
COVID.
Diane.
Oh, no.
Diane, I'm sorry. I could not make out what you were saying. I only caught
Oh.
parts of it.
well, I'll catch you. I just
You're
need
breaking
to
up
know-
again.
All right. I don't know why. I'll reopen.
We're having a hard time hearing you.
I think
Yeah.
she can hear us. Diane, the meeting's going to go until 8:30, and I'm not sure what else I caught.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, and perhaps you could sign out and then sign back in, just because
I'm
it's
gonna-
going to be
I'm
very
doing
difficult
that.
to have you involved in the meeting if we can't hear you.
I'm doing that right now.
Yeah, not any better.
It's fuzzy like
Sorry.
a fuzzy. Oh,
Okay. All right,
she
well,
hear
let's see if she'll log back in, and then we'll go from there. Views. We're going to move to views. What, okay, can I ask a question, Esme, through the chair? These are properties we're to take a look at, and also what we typically used to do, you weren't here for this, were views were applications that we would be hearing during the current meeting, and they would come after consent.
Okay.
But just so you know, I think you might be using it as a method to track what to view, which also makes sense.
So I
Please.
added this to the agenda. I had sent out a previous email for the commissioners to go out and view it. I figured this would also be heard tonight.
Okay.
But if there's a different format, I can certainly adjust that.
No, that's fine. So what I would ask is just in future agendas, just drop views to under consents.
Will do.
And can I get a motion just to, for the sake of, let's just motion to move the views items to after consent with conditions?
So moved.
Okay, Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so we'll pick that up down here. It'll be our first item of business after consent. On consents, Val, you have to recuse. Anyone else?
I do.
Oh, Carrie, I'm sorry, I didn't see it there. Okay. why don't
Motion
we-
to approve consents.
Okay, so our board will be for Terry, Abby, Connie, and myself.
And
Um,
Diane?
Diane hasn't signed back in yet.
Oh,
We'd hear her say, I'm here.
okay.
On your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, so that carries the three. Okay, great. Consent with conditions. Can I get a motion?
I'll play. Motion to approve consent with conditions.
On your motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
and Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that carries. Let's see, views. So this hasn't been opened previously?
A lot of
No,
people mullet it.
it was a consent with conditions, but it was pulled by Abby
Okay,
for review.
so the board will be Val, Abby, Connie, and Diane and myself. Why don't we go ahead and pull it up? Whoa, you're ahead of me. And
Hi, does everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So this is an application for a new pool.
Andrew, we're having problems hearing
I'm thinking
you.
it's here, because
Yeah.
everybody's having problems.
Let me try a different speaker. Let me try a different.
Yeah, Andrew,
We can't hear you.
we can't hear you. I apologize.
Hold on. Damn it.
So in the meantime, can I say something about the thing?
Just wait 1 minute. I want to get these guys squared away.
Okay.
So,
Do you hear me now?
Andrew, I've heard through the grapevine that if you turn off your camera, there might be a bandwidth issue. It could be at our end.
Okay. All right. I didn't know if it was a different microphone or not.
No,
Okay, I will turn off my video. I'll turn off my
still
camera.
underwater.
Okay.
Can
All
you
right.
send a carrier pigeon?
Do you hear me now? Okay.
Oh,
Yes.
much better.
All
Okay.
right. So I turned off my camera. I guess it was a bandwidth issue.
Okay,
Um,
good. So why don't you proceed?
But I can see the picture that you took from the view. And I can say with a high degree of certainty that if the pool's visible, that's the
Oh, we're
angle.
still struggling.
We lost you.
Oh,
It's going to be a very short meeting.
hold on one second.
Yeah, I would suggest anybody who's local, y'all might want to come down to the HDC and do it the old fashioned way. If you want to have your application heard tonight, there's a
right.
chance that we.
Okay, how's it working right now?
Okay, you're better now.
All right. So, I think that from the last meeting, the real question was whether additional buffering would be necessary. I'd like to hear from the commission, for those who did the view, whether you believe buffering is required.
Okay, Andrew, I just want to clarify, this is my understanding was taken off consent, and it was taken off consent because additional buffer may be required. It was not actually opened and discussed. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess you're right. You are correct.
Okay, I want to make sure we don't have an established board, and if we do, I want to know who it is.
This is in the Fisher's Landing Association
boy.
area.
Yeah,
This is bad. I think it's an NCTV thing.
yeah, Andrew, we can't hear you again.
Feng Shui?
One more time.
I think it's Zooms.
Diane, you too.
No,
It's, Diane, it's the same thing. We hear like a couple of words and then it goes out with a bunch of static. So NCTV is coming.
It's so funny because you guys sound perfect to me.
okay, so Andrew, we're going to hold your application
Okay.
for the moment. and
Okay.
just See if
Very
we
good.
can bring up someone we can hear clearly.
Sure.
You'll get another bite at.
And
at
my
the
sweater
apple.
is,
Can
and the
you-
agenda is
Can
up
you
there.
mute them?
All right, I'll talk to you.
Diane, we
later.
can't hear you clearly, and we got to continue on with the agenda, same with Andrew. We're going to see if we can get somebody else in a little clearer, and that'll also help us determine whether it's here or there or what.
Okay, yeah, let me know, but you guys sound great on my end.
This is why I like Monomoy.
Yeah, we're going to have
The
to,
next ones are 146 Main Street, which I'm representing, and we're gonna hold for Ray to get here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
okay, so
Make that motion.
on your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Lee, I'm an I.
Good one, we heard you.
Okay. 2 Stone Alley, Matt. We've only got Abby, myself, and Val until Ray gets here. You want to wait? Yep, that's fine.
Motion to hold 2 Stone Alley for Ray to get here.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby, Diane, and actually, Diane's not on it. But I think for a motion to hold, it doesn't matter. Actually, I'm going to need to get some clarity on why we even do that. Okay, so next item of business.
Stephen,
Yeah,
you don't need to. You are intending to come back to them in this meeting.
gotcha. Okay, that makes
Okay.
sense to me.
FYI,
Mhm.
from out here, everybody sounds great.
Well, we
Well,
can't
you
hear
sound-
anybody.
Except you, Terry. You
Yeah,
sound
Terry
good.
sounds good.
Yeah. Okay, well, we're
It's
gonna,
like,
Yeah, so the issue's your end.
okay, let's rein it in, guys. I want to get this meeting going. Old business, 115 Old South. Do we have representation? Hey, how are you?
How you doing? Tom
Good.
Hanlon. I'm the owner of 115 Old Set Road.
All right, before you start, I'll have you identify your name for the record. And I want to point out before we begin that you're short a member.
Great.
Carrie, you are an alternate. You could sit on this one.
I was here during that too.
Okay, so we're going to have you sit on both 115 Old South. Okay, why don't you identify yourself?
Sure.
And we'll pull up the site plan.
Sure, my name is Tom Hanlon. I'm the owner of 115 Old Set Road.
Thanks, Tom.
No problem.
And why don't you walk us through the site plan, where we were and what you've done?
I am waiting for Ethan. I think Ethan McMurrow had a more detail, but I can certainly answer any questions. I believe you had questions about the back buildings. And just kind of an idea of the landscaping that was going to be proposed for screening and whatnot.
I don't know that we saw any landscaping plans.
No, I'm currently working through the planning board right now. So I know that there's definitely like evergreens to shield the first building off the main road and to kind of shield most of the buildings behind it. But in addition, with the approval of the planning board, there'll be, tall deciduous trees going down the length of it for screening as well, coming into the new road, the road that we're going to access from. But I'm working through the planning board with that right now. But the landscaping will be done well. It's kind of my
Kind of your
reputation
thing.
stems on it.
Okay.
So the idea would be down into the road with you. There's a certain amount of evergreens, as you can see, that will be blocking a lot from the road, from Old Set Road. But then continuing down, I will be having like a line of deciduous trees along that road that's going into the property to screen as much of the buildings as I possibly can.
Esme, can you bring it up a little bit more just so it fills as much of the page?
It's the lot at the bottom, not,
Yeah.
the one at the front was already approved. These are significantly different.
And I'm concerned about Macy Lane, the view from Macy Lane. I have seen that there are Leland cypress planted now. They're about along Macy?
Like, yeah, sorry, on Airport Road, yes, there
Yeah.
is. That lot's nothing to do with me. It's a completely separate lot, but they have planted
This
A
building is
lanes.
big enough where you'll see that beyond.
Yep.
So I'm concerned about that too, and I wonder if there
I
should be
mean-
buffer on the property.
Okay, guys,
itself.
we're gonna pretend we're gonna do a do-over here. So comments for the chair. We're gonna go with Carrie to let her finish her comments, please, Tom. And Tom, unless people have questions, you'll get a chance to speak when we're done. Okay?
Sure.
Just to get the
No
meeting
problem.
going here. Go ahead,
Thanks.
Carrie.
So that was my concern, is Macy Lane and maybe buffering on your property as a second buffer. But also the end elevations, the roof pitch is so low. There does look to be some room above the window headers on the long elevations to drop the plate just above those windows to then maybe raise the pitch of the roof a little bit. And then I'm not sure what this siding is. Is it metal siding on the short ends?
Elevation.
Yes. I mean-
Yeah, so the short end will be visible from Macy. And I think with a little tweaking, you can raise the pitch a little bit, but lower the plate and maybe shingle that end that's facing Macy. I get that these are warehousey kind of buildings, but they're also residential above, is that right?
Employee housing, yes.
Yeah,
And there's.
so they might want to live in a little more attractive building. And how high is the first floor? Why do you have such tall bays?
Well, for shop space, for height space and clearance.
Well, how tall is it? I don't see any sizes of garage doors. That's
Yeah, it's
awfully
not
tall.
on here.
14.3, do you really, I mean, what do you got in there?
Well, basically just a typical shop space has high ceilings. And the plan is to have modular buildings set on top of that. So
Right.
we're trying to figure out the clearance for that as well, to make sure that we have the clearance and headroom for that.
Well, I think with such a long building also, I mean, I don't know. It just is so tall and looks like an airport hangar, but it's not. I wonder if it can be broken up and part of it be dropped. That's all I have for now.
Okay. Who's next?
I can
I'll
go.
go.
Abby and then Diane.
Okay, so I have the same concerns and I'll put it in a different matter, a different way. That because it's so close to some commercial, because it's next to a neighborhood and near other neighborhoods on the other side, I wonder if this couldn't be broken up somehow into different heights. Definitely, shingle all of it. Just make it look more residential than airplane hangar. I mean, I think we all know. the
Yeah, we know.
neighborhood. We live here, so. Yeah, across the street are lots of residential, short streets and, Hinsdale and so forth, Old South, going down Old South Road. So, I think we've made other people that did this sort of thing down Old South Road, going sort of east. We've made them also turn them into more residential looking, warehouses. But
I did one version that's, it's hard to see in CAD, that would be, instead of shingles, would be vertical, like siding, like pine siding.
were you
Like
the one
wood.
that did the one across, that on the same side of the road further down, we made you do some, no?
No, so I had one version of big shingled, shingled boxes, because over time I know these commercial buildings, they get used, they get banged up. But the top one is like, well, it's hard to show in CAD, but instead of a metal siding or shingles, doing vertical like wood, board and bat type thing, because of the type of
Which is
building.
better than the
Okay, so-
metal.
But
Yeah.
that's a little bit superficial because it's just the material. I'm talking about, sort of massing. This is massive. rectangular box.
Yeah.
And I realize your intent, what you want to do there, but you have to give and take in where you're living. So,
Diane, thank you, Abby.
thank you.
I agree with both Abby and Val. I think that to put these commercial buildings in amongst residential area and have them so commercial looking, it is a mistake. I think that if they could be broken or moved, or one part of it in front and dropping the rest to the back, there are 4 of them that go along. That's quite a large view, particularly coming from the airport, which is one of our sources of tourists coming through. And this is what they see first thing of the historic Nantucket Island. I'd like to see I'd like to see it drop somewhat, the doors going in, and measure other ones that see where the 14 feet that is necessary to have the gapping that much, and rearrange the windows up above, because it doesn't look like very much like people living there. So I think I would like to see a little more work done on it.
Diane, did you finish or did your mic go out?
Oh, I finished.
Okay, thank you.
I didn't speak yet.
Yep, you're next.
I think I have a solution. Keeping the buildings as they are, because I get it. It's, it is where it is. Can we swap the driveways into these buildings to the outer edges of the lots and move the buildings closer together? That way it gives the residential, smaller buildings relief from this looming wall, and it moves those closer together. I think it would be a win-win for everybody. And I would be able to vote for that. I'd be in favor of that.
I still think it needs to break the ridge somehow. It needs to.
Could wait just one sec, Carrie. Any other comments?
No, I mean, batten siding rather than metal is always better, shingling, whatever, but that small shift, I think, would make it, for these people with the little houses right here, so much more palatable.
Val, can you explain? So you're saying,
I'm saying, here's your driveways, here's your buildings, move the buildings together and put driveway. In that way, there's that much more separation between
got it.
the residents here. It's not looming over them. They only have to contend with parking and driving in, and it's a win-win.
Yeah.
So Val, just to clarify, driveway on the outside?
I'm talking about moving the buildings here and the driveways on the outer edge. So the building is that much more farther removed from these residences here. I think it would be beneficial.
Okay. So I think, you've got a sense of direction here. I would suggest that you consider the utility of the driveway area, which will be probably pretty significant, but is not part of our purview, versus lowering the first floor shop ceiling height somewhat in order to make this more palatable, and perhaps even breaking up your ridge lines. Because it seems like you've got one or the other, and I'm not even sure moving them alone is going to accomplish the goal. We've got 3 members talking about height and the ridge lines, 1 member talking about relocating them. No one seems to be adverse to that, but relocating them does not address the other 3 members' concerns. So I think you need to look at the height, the ridge line, and that may be enough that you can keep them as they are, which I would presume is going to be much more useful to you than putting them together and you losing the common aisle space that you're going to have Because these don't have landscaping in between the lots. It'll be gravel, I presume, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I think moving them together, the problem is that you've all that traffic coming down the side, and you got people working in and out of the buildings that the neighbors are going to see directly. I mean, I certainly understand about the ridge line being the same if we drop the ridge line, so at least it's broken up a little bit. And then as far as for Macy's, we do have, like the other owners of Macy's have a large row of Lane Cypress, and I can certainly I'm planning to put a row of evergreens down between their property and mine, so eventually you'll have a double screening of evergreens to block that out,
right.
to block the back of it.
I think where you're getting the pressure on the heights is because unlike the area across Old South and closer to the airport, this is undeveloped relatively. So this is a new area, and this is kind of setting the tone and the precedent. So even with the landscaping, Tom, I'm not seeing the support here for it. So I'm going to ask for a motion, and then I'm going to ask you guys to consider the points that were made. And why don't we go with a motion at this point?
Why do we have a motion to hold for revisions?
Okay, Diane, Abby beat you. Abby, on your motion.
Motion to hold for revisions, aye.
Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Tom, Ethan, this is rinse and repeat on the next building?
Yeah, same thing.
Okay, so with your permission, we'll just jump right to a motion.
To track.
Motion hold for revisions.
Motion to hold for revisions.
On your motion, Abby,
Aye.
Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Gary,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so where we
Okay.
are is we need to pull this fella back to Creek Lane Pool. We had some spotty coverage, so we're gonna need to get.
Is he on Zoom?
Yeah, we'll need to get him next,
Okay.
and then we'll go to.
I know that
to
you
Stony
passed
Island.
and did you get the Main Street ones? 146 one?
No, Val's holding him to you, King.
Got it. So those would actually go before us.
Yeah.
Or could go before Stone Mountain.
Yeah, so those were our
Okay.
first two.
All right. Hey, thanks, everybody. Sorry I'm late. Just came in on the boat. It sounds like what we want to do is jump back to 2 Creek Lane, pool and landscape view. And the person who's representing that is on Zoom, is that correct?
Was.
Chair, he was. I don't see him right now. He was having issues.
Yeah, Steven said he had spotty coverage.
Yes,
so
and we think
that's-
it was on
that's
our
still an
end.
issue.
With Diane, and she was having issues. She's not anymore, knock on wood. So I think it was on our end. Because we just
Oh,
had
it was on your end.
NCTV
Oh, okay.
come in here and fix it.
And who is the applicant?
I think it's Andrew.
Friedman?
Yeah, he's not here.
Oh, that's mine.
He's not here.
Oh,
Okay,
did he
so if he's
sign
not
up?
here now, so we'll see if he comes back. But in the meantime, I think we can move down to old business at 146 Main Street. And Val, you're repping that, right?
yeah,
Okay, good. For both of these applications, myself, Stephen, Abby, Diane, Carrie.
Could we share the screen as well?
Matt is on, Matt Ryder,
Okay.
and he's
Good.
gonna share the screen. And I'm gonna.
Thank you.
Which I should have kept one for myself, but I think I remember them.
Thank you.
Okay, here's where I think we were the last time, Val. I just want to recap. I think we had a 4-person board or maybe even a 3-person board back then.
The very
And we
first.
had 2 people mulling back in. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
I think
Okay.
so.
Because I was feeling uncomfortable with sort of the range of recommendations or concerns on this. And I thought a fuller board on this might get us to a consensus view more
Right.
rapidly. Okay, so,
So,
yes, go ahead.
the way we see it, or having looked at all the minutes and everything. The issues were the chimney, clapboard, shutters, and rear doors on this.
I agree.
So I went up and down Main Street and took a survey on only this side of the street to assess how many houses had clapboards, and they're not consistent styles. There's 2-story, there's 1 3/4, there's 1 1/2. And by and large, of 21 buildings on this side of Main Street, from Main, where the corner of, what is that corner called?
Which one?
With the memorial.
The other one,
Yeah, to Caton Circle, there were 21 buildings, 14 had clapboard. 5 had gray clapboard with white trim, 5 had white clapboard with white trim, and 4 had miscellaneous combos of white trim and other things. So I just wanted to show there was a precedent for clapboard.
Okay.
We are proposing to change the clapboard to Quaker gray and leave the trim white, remove the shutters completely, leave the door black, restore the windows instead of replace. And he moved the chimney off center, as you can see, because prior there was 2 chimneys. So this is our proposal, and from what I read of HSAB minutes, they had no concerns now.
I thought the concern with the chimney the last time was it was monstrous.
Yeah, so it's been downsized,
Yeah.
it's off center, and
All right, Val,
Yeah.
that's great. Okay, Holly, it's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing structure within the Old Historic District, circa 1915, so an infill replica of the whaling era. And I think that's important. It's also 40 feet off of the property line or Main Street itself. Appreciate the changes to the chimney and removal of the shutters, and appreciate the natural to weather vent. Appreciate the examples of clapboard houses along Main Street. However, all of them are 3 bays or 4 bay Greek revivals or typical Nantuckets original to the whaling era. And I think that's important. Without odd configuration bay windows, and right on the street. This infill, again, is 40 feet off of the street. White trim is fine and acceptable, as others along Main Street have white trim. However, I do want to point out the styles proposed that are shown as examples, along Main Street run from 1820 to 1840, whether it's a typical Nantucket 3 bay, 4 bay, or a Greek revival. One actually is a lean-to. Again, original to the whaling era, not an infill like this structure is, so it's not really from that time frame. And it would be a little different to have a structure that's not up on the street like the other ones on Main Street as clapboard. So that is my comment for your consideration, Mr. Chair. All the other comments that I had, as well as HSAG had, was in reference to the chimney and the shutters, and they have taken care of that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Holly, thanks a lot. Who would like to begin the discussion?
me,
You? Are you sitting on this? No, did you have more to say with regard to?
no, I just.
Okay, I don't think that
I
you-
just think
Yeah.
that whether it was from the whaling era or not, an infill house that is very fitting in Main Street, whether it's a 1 1/2 story, 1 3/4, or a 2-story. If it's common to have
Okay,
clapboard, they should be able to have clapboard.
okay,
Gray.
let's see how it goes. Okay,
I'll start.
thanks, Stephen.
I'd like to know who the HTC members were who saddled us with those windows in this atypical configuration, number one.
You mean the doubles?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying seriously I want to know, but I'm saying, like, what the heck?
Well, how do you know it's from
I thought it was like from 1910.
Right.
Oh, I thought she said that this was 19,
Well, it's no.
1915,
Oh, I'm
1915.
And I
not
don't know
from the
that
original-
HTC really had meetings back then.
No,
yeah, I
they
guess
did
that was a
not.
little, I guess that was a little early.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's leave that point
Which isn't
aside.
to say that they were there originally. You know, they could have gone from singles to doubles
Yeah.
at some point. We don't know.
Okay, so I'm fine with the clapboard changeover. I think it's actually going to normalize the structure to some extent and make it more appropriate. I think the shingles, it's an informal look. This would need a covered porch for the shingles to be successful with those mold units. I don't see a covered porch on the way. I don't see it in the drawings. So I think clapboard with a repaint is probably the most appropriate net gain. That's it.
Okay, you're fine with the other aspects of it,
Yeah.
obviously. Okay, thank you, Stephen. Who's next?
I'll go.
Let's do Abby, and then I'll get right to you, Diane,
I'll
after
be
Abby,
brief,
okay?
Diane. I think the sort of Nantucket gray with the white trim is fine. Period.
C'est tout? Okay, Diane, to you.
I appreciate the change. I appreciate changing the chimney, removing the shutters. I guess from where it is, you won't see the rear of it very much. Otherwise, I'd like to see those 4 windows separated, of having 2 and 2 windows instead of being quite so heavy. That's a lot for a little building, I think, back there. I guess that is the south elevation. I would guess it is. I would. Huh?
I was gonna say, I would ask these guys running the thing here, or
Scroll.
Matt, to show the site plan and how this is viewed. If you look in the right-hand corner,
Yeah.
this is shown as a driveway. This is what you see from Vestal. It's not a road. I think it's a common driveway for the properties that it leads to. And then the lot is L-shaped, and the rear of this building really can't be seen because of
Okay.
the building behind it. Yeah.
That's what I was wondering about, whether it could be seen or not, because I think the front is good. And I appreciate the changes that have been made.
Thank you.
Okay, Diane, thank you. I think that leaves you, Carrie, right?
Yep, I appreciate the color change on the clapboard. I appreciate the chimney. I still wish the white weren't white, but that it were same color as the clapboard, just to keep it as subtle as it is. But it's much better, and I would go for this.
Okay, well, sounds like we have liftoff. I was going to say, I was going to invoke that other infill building that's very recent, right next to, on the other side of Main Street, right down by the Rotary, that's an infill building, next to Charlie Kilvert's house, was built like
Oh, yeah.
10 years ago.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
White trim, gray clapboard, I'm pretty sure.
It's very close to the street.
Very close to the street. But I do think that there's a lot of, examples of this and that. Like there's the older house that's down by not Norris Weldon's, the right by where Milk Street comes into the Rotary, that
Oh, the
old
little
Victorian
Right on the
building.
corner where
And-
Ann
well, but then there's
Mancini used
the
to
house that
live.
sits
Way
on the
back.
other side of the street and sits way back. There's a long drive that
Oh,
goes
yeah,
back.
yeah,
I
yeah.
think that's white with clapboard too.
Yeah.
But that's an older building.
That's older,
But anyway,
yeah.
theure all kinds of
We didn't
different
go
things.
past the rotor.
Motion
okay.
to approve.
There we go.
Thank
All right.
you.
Yeah, thanks. So, I won't bother saying all those things I just said. Okay, so let's see. We're doing roll call, I think, because of Diane. So,
Yeah.
Abby's made the motion.
Aye.
Come on. Abby's made the motion. Wait, I'll ask you in a second. Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Thank you, Carrie.
Aye.
Very good, Stephen.
Aye.
Abby on the motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. That motion carries. And we have a new garage. Have we reviewed this yet?
No.
Oh, okay.
So, ex-
Pending more information here, everybody's looking at these. It was what we just showed on the
Yeah,
screen, but
right.
just so you have it up close.
Thanks.
So you can see,
Adrian, can I have
See what you can't see.
a ballpoint pen? No, it's just so it goes
See on a
through
tablet,
this.
we're gonna be able to zoom.
so
in.
you can see what you can't see in this L-shaped lot
Yeah.
with a common drive. Unlike the front house, this trim is gonna stay natural to weather.
Oh, I'm sorry, Val. The trim on this house is on the guest house. We match the main house.
Oh,
But
okay.
no clabbered.
No clabbered. Everything else be natural to weather shingle.
Mm-hmm.
My mistake. And what about the pergola? That can be natural to weather, right, Matt?
Yeah, so the connecting pergola from the garage to the guest house will be natural weather. The pergola over the outdoor shower will be natural weather. And I'm curious the board's comments and seeing if we could get the back pergola, which won't be visible, to be white.
To be white,
Correct.
the pergola in the back.
Wait, one.
Hopefully you're not going to grow wisteria on it because you'll only be able to paint it once.
And I think that the key is to look at the site plan to see what is visible of this particular element.
Point of information,
Go.
there's some, we're uncertain about the paint colors for the pergolas.
Natural to weather, except for the one between the house and the existing, the green. Acknowledged as the green.
Yeah.
We'd like that white.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Thanks.
Have you finished, Val?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready for Holly?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, the existing garage that this is being an addition onto is a circa 1940 contributing. Appreciate the revisions. Pergola white, not appropriate in OHD, but probably not visible due to the placement of the pergola. My main and only comment really is the French doors. They should be single as existing and a 12 light with a kick panel and not as proposed. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly. Can you see the other elevations? Can I see them?
The doors.
Sorry, Matthew,
Yes.
are you the one controlling the screen?
Yes.
Yeah, could you?
Matt,
just-
go to the
just
east
show us
or
other
the
couple of
west,
elevations,
the
right?
west.
Thank you.
This is presently where there are French doors
Uh-huh,
that face the house,
gotcha.
and he's increasing them to 4 instead of 2.
Yeah, got it. Okay. Are we ready to begin? All right, Abby.
I would say that the pergolas should be natural to weather. It's just that, I think even though you may not see this, there will be little flickers of white, and I think it would be a lot more successful if it was kept natural to weather. On the second story of the ganged windows, I wonder if either that shed dormer could come actually down and be.
Nothing about the dormers is changing, they're there.
But the
Oh, they're
windows
there.
in them. are
Yeah,
the
they're
windows
there.
too?
Okay, sorry about that. So it's just the pergola?
Yep, the pergola and the
Cool.
garage.
And the garage is attached.
Yeah, I would make those things sort of secondary and keep them natural. I think that would be good.
Meaning the garage as well?
I'm not sure about that. Just, I'm pretty sure about those pergolas, that they would be better off.
So
natural.
of the, there's
And-
one that connects the two, that's natural. There's one that's sort of almost like a little porch,
Yeah,
that's natural. And then the bigger one is supposed to be white. It's rendered
I
as
thought it
white.
was the one in between was supposed to be white.
Yeah, I
No.
thought so.
Oh,
We changed that to natural to weather based on the last comments.
so Matthew, the only one that's going to be white at all is the one that's showing the lattice on it, right?
Correct.
Or that's your request anyway.
Yes.
But so you'd rather see that natural?
yeah, I think so.
Okay, got it.
Okay,
Anything else?
No,
Okay. Diane?
Yep, I think that it should be natural also.
Okay.
It's a large thing and it will catch. The other thing I wondered about with those was the door that, excuse me, that Holly was speaking about, that it should be a 12 light with a kick panel, not 3, 6, 9, 12, not 15 light. That's on
Can't
the
be seen.
south elevation.
Yeah.
So the
Okay.
the door on the south elevation is existing to remain, and we're painting it white.
The other one.
Okay, that's existing.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't look like that in the picture.
So
Then
the
on the west elevation, then I would say the existing one has got 2 doors, and perhaps on the proposed west elevation, if it's visible, it should remain the 2 doors with a kick panel.
Right now, it's 15 light. They're adding one next to it, and it can't be seen between the 2 structures.
It can't be seen. Okay,
No.
that's fine. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I just agree that the pergola should be natural to weather. I think the white is way too formal for this little building.
Okay, thanks. Stephen?
Nothing to add.
Yeah, I would have gone midway and said, keep
White
the.
posts.
Yes, keep the frame, the beams and the posts white
Right,
and
and the
have the
lattice.
actual have rafters and the lattice be natural. But I think I'd get outvoted on that one. But
it's nice
that's
compromise.
a-
Don't put
oh.
yourself down.
oh well. There's no accounting for taste, but I think that would look good and it wouldn't be overwhelming.
Repeat what you're
white.
saying,
Well,
Leave the posts
this
white.
happens a lot where you have white posts and white beams. So like the superstructure of it is painted, and then the
Right.
lattice pieces, which have the green stuff on them, and the actual rafters are all
Rafters, right.
natural for the practical
Yeah.
reason that that's where the vegetation is growing, and you can't just take the
Yeah, it would-
vegetation off and
Yeah.
repaint.
It would tie it back into the trim.
But
I
the
think they'd be
the
okay with
lattice
that.
is just way too much white.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
yeah, and listen, you're going to thank us for not having to paint that every 3
That's my
years.
motion.
Okay, so Stephen has motion to approve this with the stipulation that the pergola on which elevation would that be?
All
The
of
west.
pergolas.
Well, all of them, but in particular, the change through staff of the west pergola to have natural lattice on the walls and natural rafters, and the rest can remain painted as requested. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
I
Thank you, Stephen, on your motion. Yep, and I'm in favor too, so that carries. All
Thank you.
right. Thank you, Val.
Thank you.
All right, so now we're to Stone Alley. Matthew? I guess I don't know to tell anybody who's sitting on this one.
No.
We have it committed
See
to
it
memory by
everywhere.
now.
You see it weekly.
Yeah.
I know, but they can just verify that. It'll take somebody time.
Matthew, you there?
I am here. Yep.
All right, give us a
Sure.
synopsis.
Okay. Just gonna pull it up on my set here. Okay, thank you. I'll mark it up. Okay, just so you know.
So I get the right sheet here. So first of all, thank you for hearing this again this week. So the drawings as submitted, I think we've addressed the key points that we looked at last week. Probably the most significant is taking the rear section, what we've been referring to as section C, and reducing the overall width by 3'4", 3'4" inches. So that
3'4".
3'4", yeah. So that was basically purely a function of removing, going from a 5 bay to 4 bay. And so the overall distance from the main body of the structure, which we call section A, is roughly 13 and a half feet from Stone Alley. So I thought that was a good change. The other thing that we've done, and I think that if we go to the east elevation, is we've also changed the dormer roof pitch per the board's request to a 4 pitch. And then I think it was Abby who had suggested pushing the face of the dormer. I think the board all agreed to push the face of the dormer further back by an additional 6 inches, so that dormer reduced in size and scale. It's a 4 pitch. We worked hard to keep it right off the ridge as well, so it doesn't terminate exactly at the top of the ridge of section B. It did require that we reduce the size of the window on that elevation as well. So if you go to the next sheet, you can see those were formerly 9 lights. They're now 6 lights. So they're actually the similar window size as the ones that are found in the basement. The other change was basically not altering the grade along the north elevation. So that's on sheet A2.2. So per your suggestion, Ray, and I think Stephen as well, that grade is the existing grade. So we basically are not altering it. We do require 2 very small window wells. You can see that the sill of the window dips just below the existing grade. So we don't anticipate that being any deeper than 9 inches, a foot at the most. And so we've called it out as a cobblestone window well. We did alter the deck as well, where we dropped it down slightly. I think it's got a 4-inch step. The deck, yeah. And then the chimney, we basically had pushed the chimney inside the building throughout during the process, probably number of meetings ago, and we've just elected to keep it as is. It is in pretty bad shape, and so it may need to be rebuilt but we just wanted to call it out as that's staying intact. And what actually prompted that was I had a conversation with Linda Williams last week, and we had proposed and identified clearly on our plans throughout that we plan to lift the building and replace the foundation as part of the renovation. In thinking about it, we've basically elected to keep the foundation of the existing structure just intact, primarily there's just no reason. It's going to be utility space anyway. So the foundation is going to stay, and the new is going to be the new. And we're going to kind of step down. It's going to be a little bit tricky in terms of how we do it internally, but I thought that would be something that was a plus for the board. We increased the lattice work. It wasn't going right to the bottom of the water table of section C, so we've changed that. And then we made some minor window locations on the east elevation in the basement. And then previously we had 2 windows on that in the bedroom. Because the ceiling was lowered, we could fit 3 windows in that gable end. We thought that looked good. And because the building was getting so small in that bedroom, we thought the extra light would be helpful. We also, I think, updated the existing window nomenclature numerically. I don't know if we did exactly the way you had anticipated, Steve. We're happy to do it any way you feel is appropriate, but I think we've got a fairly clear indication of what the existing windows are, how they're identified versus the new. So that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can I return to that chimney?
Sure.
Okay. Did you said the chimney was in bad shape, but did you say you were or were not going to rebuild it?
I think we're ultimately going to rebuild it, but for the sake of the design of it, we're basically saying that we're going to keep it intact, but I wouldn't be surprised if I have to come back,
Okay, so that's the understanding. If you're rebuilding it, you'll come back.
Yes.
So what we're reviewing is that the chimney is staying as is.
Exactly.
Okay,
It's a little
thanks.
confusing because it's clouded. I noticed that on the way.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thanks, Matthew. Holly, it's to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, Two Stone Alley is an individually significant structure in our old historic district. Between 1858, 1871, it was a barn turned into a dwelling, her dwelling, by Eliza Codd, Nantucket female architect, and went to MIT. Also the daughter of town engineer surveyor William F. Codd. I sound like a broken record from many, many meetings, and I'm going to kind of veer off a little bit, but I want to drive a point home. I indicated to you, and this has been mentioned, that this structure is significant. What is the definition of significance? Significance is simply defined as what makes a property important on an individual level or as part of a collective. Properties can be significant for their association with important people or events in local, state, or national history, and as representations of architectural design and methods of construction and craftsmanship. Districts can reflect concentrated patterns and themes that extend beyond a specific building. Understanding why a building is individually significant and why it is a contributor to the historic district leads to identification of an important physical features known as character-defining features, and at the time period of that significance. Integrity is the ability of a building or property to convey its reasons for significance. There are 7 aspects that are used to evaluate integrity defined by the National Park Service. A building or property must retain a majority of these aspects after an alteration for the work to be considered appropriate. 1, location is the place where the historic property was constructed or place where the event occurred. 2, design is the combination of elements that create the form, plan, space, structure, and style of the property. Setting is the physical environment of the historic property, inclusive of the landscape and spatial relationships of the buildings. 4, materials are the physical elements that are combined or deposited during a particular period of time and in a particular pattern of configuration to form the historic property. 5, workmanship is the physical evidence of the crafts of a particular culture or people during a given period of history. 6, feeling is the property's expression of the aesthetics or historic sense of a particular period of time. And 7, association is the direct link between the important historic event or person and a historic property. The National Park Service Preservation Brief number 14, which is here, available to all you, anybody who wants to take a look at it, is what I've been mentioning this entire time. New exterior additions to historic buildings, preservation concerns, that's what the title of it's called. The new addition, quote, the new addition should be smaller than the historic building and should be subordinate in both size and design to the historic building, end quote. Again, I've been mentioning this multiple weeks now. The existing historic building is 556 square feet. The proposed addition has been a proposal of 851 square feet, 906 square feet, 912 square feet, 950 square feet, and now 1,068 square feet, more than double in size. The proposal includes the demolition of exterior walls of all 3 floors, basement, first floor, second floors. What is left? Nothing of historic integrity will be left of this historic, individually significant structure, as its integrity be lost as the design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, association will be lost after this alteration, and therefore it will not be a historic any longer. A building must retain at least a majority of those 7 aspects of integrity. In my humble opinion, you may only have 2 left, location and association. Eliza's trademark sunroom will no longer be, which is a character-defining feature of this 164-year-old historic structure. The window survey, as recently provided in June, thank you, Matt, I had questions on the conditions. I do agree that what was provided actually is very clear. There's going to be 7 windows for demo, all on the east, 1 in the north, and 3 on the south. However, again, there are no photos or conditions of the windows noted. And what are the age of these windows? As staff recommendation, I urge the commission to think about this proposal and how it does not meet the Secretary of Interior standards and the loss it would be to the local and National Historic District. Appreciate not altering the grade as the National Park Service recommends and as discussed with the commission. We do have comments from abutters that have been recently received and I believe passed along to the commission. And I do have HSAG comments. They state the main focus of this review should be the size of the addition relative to the existing footprint. Holly Backus, your preservation staff and advisor, has said it multiple times and has had countless other professionals, including HSAB. Until the addition is drastically reduced in size, the HTC should not bother wasting time on the details. The addition is still twice the size of the existing house. The HDC should request a revision stating that the footprint of the addition be no greater than the existing footprint. If they don't comply with the request, the revised application should be not accepted. Those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Holly. Okay, who wants to start the discussion on this? Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, we'll do that first. Sorry about that.
Broken record
Can I-
again.
Can I ask that we not have redundant testimony here this evening?
You can.
You can, we'll see how that goes.
Well, I'm going to request that we follow that.
All right.
Well, we're going to respond to what we have right here.
Linda,
Thank you.
I would love that. Yes, thank you.
Could I just add one more thing? The structure on the survey is listed as contributing, not individually significant. Just want to point that out.
Understood. Got it. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying.
Well,
Linda,
first off, they
Linda.
had this being the wrong house. Upton's house was actually owned by one of the people objecting to the south. So the Library of Congress and Habs had it wrong. We found the building, it still exists. If it was Upton, the building was removed and replaced. This is not Upton's building, so they are incorrect. We've already documented it. We're going to the Habs to correct it. So that's where the disconnect came from, whether it was there or wasn't there.
Okay.
That person who did the survey in '89 was under the impression it was Upton's building, it had gone and come back. It didn't. Upton's building is still there, but south of this structure.
Okay.
It was all part of her father's property, the whole thing.
Thank you, Linda.
We were sort of surprised that we saw it back. We didn't realize it was coming back this quickly, since most of us wait 6 weeks to come back. So we didn't really all get together to talk about it until about an hour ago. So we haven't had a chance to really look at it, but I do agree with the findings that Holly has said. Obviously, we agree 100% with Holly, and I hate to say it with HSAG or whatever they call themselves today. We're kind of concerned about the fact that it is now over 1,000 square feet in addition, as opposed to that kept moving from 800 and change. I appreciate the fact that he got rid of that one bay and reduced the width of it. My big issue with this particular porch is that it's a flat roofed element, which the HCC in my time did not approve. It was visible from the traveled way, which is perfectly visible from Union Street and Stone Alley. It's 16 feet plus out from the building. Normally, we required the HCC when I was on it 8 feet out from the building. I understand it's being driven because we had this discussion with Matt, being driven by the dining room, living room situation on that first floor, which sort of transects the additions. The interior, again, does not drive the exterior. The exterior on Nantucket drives the interior. So I'm still really concerned about the prow of the ship, perfectly visible from Union Street, hanging out over that grade with a rather large foundation. I appreciate Steve's suggestion last week, I believe, to bring the grade across it, which is going to help it, but it's still proud of that building towards the east. The comments on the grade on the plan are kind of nebulous. It says to the best ability, they'll keep the grade the same. I don't know when the last time the HCC accepted that, since I've been put through the ringer in Bishop's Rise as an example, where we cutting 7 feet off the top of the hill and that caused a problem. So I'm a little concerned about that. I understand we had poles put up when the previous group was involved, but that was that previous design, which was horrendous. This has been improving, but it's a death by 1,000,000 cuts, not just 1,000 cuts. I think what you need to do to really get a handle on how far down the hill and how far out that particular element is, I think you need a pole at that height. I know it's a little late in the game, but we're all talking about what it's going to look like, how it's going to impact Stone Alley, how it's going to impact Union, but nobody's really seen this iteration with a pole at the height and out how far that's going to come down that hill. I agree with everything Holly said. We're getting worn out after 4 years that I was started with this. We're getting exhausted, and I'm not sure that's not why we're still here. Is to try to outweigh you guys and outweigh us. But again, HSAB, whatever it is, has been consistent in denying it due to the lack of response to the concerns expressed over time. But here we are again. When we were still meeting upstairs, we got to that point where they said, deny it.
And I'm asking you to not approve this until they meet the standards that Holly illuminated there a minute ago. And just finally stick to it. Go south. Don't keep coming down the hill. Reduce whatever is coming down the hill. We understand that something's going to be coming down that hill. I don't know how you do it any other way. But it should be subordinate to the existing structure, not subsume it from the view from Union Street in particular. And the view from Orange Street actually is going to stay relatively the same, but the problem with the view from Orange Street is you really can only obliquely see the structure from Orange Street. You have to actually come down Stone Alley to see the front of that structure again. Once you get past the front of the structure, you're looking at Quantity Bank, but you will never see Quantity Bank again from Stone Alley, which is the historic view, and it will be looming over Union Street. So I know Sarah and Ginger have comments as well.
Thank you, Linda. Ginger. And by the way, after we finish Sarah and Ginger, could somebody please tell me if anyone has their hand raised in the queue on Zoom? Thank you. Ginger, go ahead.
Well, not to be redundant, first of all, I want to thank Matt for all his work because he has made improvements. However, and well, particularly in this case, I really appreciate that the foundation is not getting destroyed completely and that the slab will remain. But I'd like to point out that one of the major views for the public is from Union Street between the two houses. It's highly visible. And the top of the ridgeline of the original structure is approximately 80 feet above the level of the street where you would be standing. There's a retaining wall at 9 Union, which is about 8 feet. It's reached by a couple of steps. And then at the bottom of this property, the grade is at, I think it's 18 to 20 at the top of that retaining wall. And then you're adding up to the level of the first floor, that's at elevation 40 plus 30 feet of to the ridge height. So the fact that this section B is dropped down a little bit, I grant you, it looks great on the plan. But that's not the view that the public is ever going to have. Thank you, Sarah.
Oh, thanks, Ginger. Sarah.
I have very little to add other than I obviously agree, particularly with what staff has said. I think it's too bad that the commission as well as the neighbors are getting kind of worn down to the point where I think you may be edging towards an approval of something that really shouldn't be approved. And I know it's exhausting to come here week after week. We appreciate everything that you do in doing this. But I think this is one where it's important for you to hold the line and kind of not compromise just to move this off your agenda. Matt's done a great job in moving this along, but it's not anywhere near a place where you should be thinking about approving it.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone hand raised on Zoom? Oh, let's see. We have Diana's got her hand raised.
Yep.
Was that intentional, Diane?
Yes,
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I'm speaking as a member of the public who
Okay.
lives on Union Street. And I have obviously been following this since I sat on it and don't know how it disappeared. But I wish to say, please listen to your advisory board and what Holly said. Every bit of it is important and we'll never get it back. And it is important to Union Street as it impinges on the views there. And we are trying to keep what little we still have left of historic buildings, and this is it. So I'm just saying, please, please listen to what Holly said. She is absolutely right. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Ms. King, your turn.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate, I sent you all a letter today, and I too requested that we put some view poles up because I think the only thing we really haven't seen here is how this structure looks in the actual Stone Alley setting. And we've been talking about the drawings and we've been talking about old pictures, but we've never seen the two meet. I think it would be really important and educational to have the view poles and see exactly what's what, because I think it's far more looming than it actually is pictured to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? Sounds like no. So now we can move to the board. Would anyone care to begin?
I can take a stab.
Go ahead, Abby.
Okay. Oh. Well, oh, sorry.
Oh, yeah, you need to, there you go.
So, extremely hard, difficult site to work on as it goes down the hill. I understand that. We do talk a lot about telescoping off historic houses as we go back, additive massing, and in this case, stepping it to the south. I think I'm okay with what is before me now, that it does have 3 massings, each subordinate to the next, and I still see the historic building, front, side, both sides. I think it's a sensitive renovation. I think that the sun porch reflects back to her sun porch in proportion, and I think it's sensitively done. If the pleasure of the board is to have poles up to see exactly how high the impact will be on Stone Alley, I would go with that. But I would say that ultimately the landscaping around the foundation is important, in that the drop is so steep, but those are my comments. Thank you,
All right,
Mr.
Abby.
Chair.
Thanks. And if you have anything further to say after, you'll have another crack at it. Thanks. Who's next? You're on it. Did you forget? I didn't think so.
So I went up and down the alley today and took some pictures, which I shared with you guys. So I do have a prepared statement. Our job is, as an HDC regulatory board, is not meant to prevent change, but rather to manage change. We are not in a position to say, no, you cannot alter your house, as we know. All of us have been there. And you have to go through the process. So I asked myself, will the new site have character in both proximity and context to what's around it? Does this design possess a common identity and spirit of Nantucket buildings? And will it harmonize with its special character of its own? And I feel from the initial submission to this iteration, the applicant has finally responded to the major concerns we have had with this addition in a significant way. First and foremost, and I have all of the information Linda's been giving us for how many years now. I was going to bring it, but piles in that little book you put together. The addition has been pushed south. The first piece, or the first mass, is 5 feet, and then almost 9, 8'10" to the sunroom addition. I feel that is a significant difference from what we have looked at over and over again over how many years we've all been doing this. That's a long way from the initial minute shift when it started and the grossly overscaled masses that swallowed the original structure. Matt just told us the foundation is staying. That's a plus, in my opinion. The west is virtually the same, and now they are retaining the chimney, with the exception of a small, slight piece of the sunroom. I think that's a positive. The north, the existing grade to remain The dormer downsize are both positive. The stepping down of the masses, as Abby said before me, follows a more traditional additive massing, with the sunroom being a one-story element, which is not dissimilar to the one at One Stone Alley in terms of all of it, including the roof pitch. There are photos of that also. The existing grade on the east and the dormer drop off the ridge is positive. The sunroom is smaller and farther away from the alley, resulting in a simpler fenestration. The only thing I am not quite sure I'm with is the 3 windows in the gable. That might seem a little too much. And the south, retaining the chimney and the existing grave, again, are positive. I feel that the present design does leave most of the elevations of the original building intact and keeps its integrity and identity, except for the east, which is the most changed, and would likely also be changed as massing if the whole thing shifted toward the south. You can look at this house and see its evolution. The masses are simple. It is not dissimilar to the existing houses on the alley, which are larger, simpler forms of a bigger size. I do not feel it will change Stone Alley in a major way from Orange Street looking down the hill, which I took pictures and shared with you guys today. And hold on. With a variety of retaining walls and fences shown in the historic photos and what exists today, I do not believe the impact will change the character and setting of Stone Alley. The houses on Stone Alley are all large 2- or 3-story structures. I traversed the alley in both directions today and feel the applicant has worked with us in a collaborative manner this time, and I feel this is in keeping with the spirit of the neighborhood and also keeping true to Eliza Codd's original house. That is my statement.
Thank you, Val. Stephen?
Sure, I just jotted down some notes here. First and foremost, can't take that. I agree with Val. Thank you, Val. I appreciate you preparing that. I didn't know we were going to be going down this road this evening. I jotted down a couple quick notes. I suggest that standards be fairly and evenly followed. I'll note that standards and rhetoric this evening, if followed by the commission, would, upon serious reflection, be deemed arbitrary and perhaps even capricious. As importantly, I'll point out that the Secretary of the Interior standards are not necessarily what everyone thinks they are. They are not a strict preservation of a structure. I'll point to the record to imagery of the major renovation of the Renwick Gallery of the Smithsonian American Art Museum, which is an ultra-modern structure, the only similarities being the color of the brick, the metal coloring of the fenestration, and the color of the roof to the historic Smithsonian Museum. I really have a tough time sitting here and being lectured. It's been happening for 6 years since I came on here, as if we as elected commissioners do not understand what our role is, and we do not understand what the standards are. I have informed other commissioners of the standards in the sense of being even and fair. I think that we need to get back to that type of an approach. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Now I'm going to speak on the architecture.
Right, I knew you were leaving something out.
I mean, it's like you can't maintain coherence because you're being assaulted in a sense. Matt, the pilasters on the rear porch, I didn't notice it before. I think they're just a little too large. If it means that the porch needs to be compressed slightly, so be it. The too large being their widths. I think they need to mirror the original, which from what I'm looking at, were not as wide. I'll note for the record that the original covered porch is a flat roof. However, that had a balustrade, which we are not allowing. Matt, if I'm incorrect, you don't need to correct me. I'm at a disadvantage. My medium in reviewing these is on the tablet. This information wasn't available on the tablet. I very much appreciate your taking to heart my suggestion on the grade change. I want to staunch that up. I appreciate the fact that someone pointed out that there were perhaps some ambiguity in the drawings. I believe that the existing grade should remain intact, that the wells and any doors that would be below grade would receive minimal wells, and that in addition to that, for your sake as well as ours, prior to any of this going forth, there would be a 1-foot increment survey done of the grade as exists, and that would be entered into the record, engineered, survey drawing stamp.
We did actually have a second survey done, because when I inherited the project, there was a survey on file. Ginger had expressed some concern about its accuracy, so we had a new survey done, and I'm sure we could get, it's at 2 foot right now, but we could easily have it done by 1.
Yeah, thank you, Matt. Yeah, so my point is is really the 1 foot contour line, because 2 is standard. I appreciate the changes to the dormer. I supported that in the past. I appreciate shifting that, the porch. That I think is a fairly dramatic change from what was even the most recent presentation. And I mean, after how many meetings of reviewing these drawings, I don't know that we have much more to add. I don't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. I won't forget, like Stephen did, to talk about the one thing I have to say about the architecture, or if I do, somebody remind me. So first thing, the discussion about the square footage exceeding, the square footage of the addition exceeding the current house. I think we run a danger to historic buildings, actually, if that becomes the mandate, that if you have a 300 square foot contributing building, that your addition needs to be less than 300 square feet. I think that it has to, that would severely impact what somebody could actually do with a house or a piece of property that happens to have a contributing building on it. So my view of the square footage discussion is that it really has to do with the perception from, as our charter says, from a publicly traveled way, which I think we all know what that means in this case. And there are portions of this building, a great deal, that extend back in the back. So you can't really, in one glimpse from a public way, that public way being Stone Alley, fully understand what the square footage of the addition is. I think that the word subordinate should actually be used more than simply square footage. And the fact that it does step down the hill, I think, is why I think that this addition is working. Imagine a scenario where the historic building were at the bottom of the hill and you were building up above it. I think that would be a really difficult thing to do. As fate would have it, we're stepping down, and so the ridges step down, and also the masses, your mass A, B, and C, or whatever terminology you use, starting with the original piece, they step back in a telescope away from Stone Alley. I think that's the proper way of going about this. So the square footage argument, I really don't think we should subscribe to, because I actually think it's dangerous. I'm pretty sure this application, accepting that there was another application before this that this very board denied, I think has been the longest running application in HDC history. Is that right? Was it withdrawn?
I motioned to deny it and it got denied.
Okay, well, whatever. I'm looking at it all as a package, because a lot of the board remained the same, and so it has been 4 years. And I do believe that this board has done its due diligence. And I to Sarah's point about being worn down, yeah, it's been a process that's definitely taken a lot of time and has been contentious, but I look at the proposal that Matt has on the table right now, and I'm actually very satisfied with the result, with the one exception I'm going to bring up in a minute. Oh, and to Linda's point about the grade and, you know, the vagueness of the language, what if this board chooses to approve something tonight? The grade that's shown on the plan that we approve is the grade. And so if somebody wants to include as part of the motion that the surveyed stamped plan of the existing gets entered into the record, that's fine. But I would say that these plans are the ones that are under consideration right now. So the grade won't move around just because the language says, well, maybe, you know, it'll have to, what you've written or what you've shown on your drawings is what we're looking at. So now to my one architectural issue, and that is, I think Val and maybe somebody else mentioned the 3 small windows that you have on the east elevation. You know, you change it from 2 to 3.
Yep.
They're really small. And I think that 2 windows that were a little larger would net you out at the same amount of glass, but would be more harmonious in terms of the proportion of the window with the rest of the windows.
We could do that.
That's
Were there 3
yeah, but see, even
I know.
those windows are larger than these windows. They're taller. Anyway, appreciate that, but personally, I'd rather see 2 larger rather than 3 smaller.
Happy to do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so those are my comments, and with, yes?
So Matt, you know, the pilasters are 3 inches wider, approximately 3 inches wider than the existing. So I would like to make sure we bring those in. And if the structure needs to be compressed, you know, basically a foot to do that, so be it. I'm not suggesting the windows get larger.
I think I can shrink them, and then with the detailing, because they're a little tight to the windows as it is. So I'd probably just leave a little bit of probably 1.5 inch step on either side.
Okay. Between the window and the pilaster. Yeah. All right.
Let me just check one thing on that.
All right.
Again, sorry, I'm much more fluid with the tablet.
Yeah, I know. What's going on with the paper?
It's not online. Yeah, Matt, the existing doesn't have that extra 1.5 inches. I'd like to suggest we just compress the pilasters and the structure accordingly.
Is that something you can craft into a motion, Stephen?
Yeah.
And the windows on the gable.
Yeah, can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What the issue was for us?
Well, I heard they were too small, but did you have a particular size?
I'd rather have, now this is just me, I would rather have 2 larger windows than 3 tiny windows. And the larger window, it almost looks like the number 4 window, which would replicate the one, excuse me, you probably can't hear me. On the west elevation, there's a windows all by itself hanging off of the eave that's labeled as number 4.
I think that would
And
fit.
I believe that 2 of those would fit in that gable end. So to
They've
be
been
very
there.
specific. Sorry?
They've been there at one point.
Well, the ones he had before were small ones.
Yeah.
They were.
Okay, so what is the number on the window schedule
4 on the existing.
for the existing?
Yeah.
So we're gonna put 2, 4 on the east
Gable end, correct.
gable, second story. Okay, so the motion is that the grade shall be as provided in the drawing or as per a 1-foot contour survey drawing, whichever is more restrictive.
Okay.
The 2 large windows on the east gable will replace, or the 3 windows on the east gable will replace with 2 number 4 windows.
Right.
And there was the pilasters of the sunroom will be decreased 3 inches, individually 3 inches, and the structure will be compressed. Dimension, the aggregate dimension.
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I, Stevie, could I match, we'll field measure the existing pilaster size and match that, if that's okay?
That exists on the structure now.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's
Yeah,
the
that's an
intent,
honor
right?
thing,
Yeah.
but I mean, it's going to be something because I presume the as-built is accurate.
Yeah.
So
And
if
we
it's
can-
2.5, yeah, if it's, but it's easily 2.5 inches.
Yep.
Okay, so that'll be the motion through staff.
Okay. Thank you for the motion, Stephen. On that motion, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I am in favor. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
comments.
Appreciate your patience.
Okay.
I'm going to have to watch the meeting to write that.
Okay. Oh, let's see. If I were sitting on the board, I would.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'd get the point taken.
does say subordinate, it hasn't said I didn't make it up.
No. I'm saying that subordinate is correct. I'm agreeing with the subordinate.
But you guys, this next one is subordinate, so that's.
Sorry, what is this one for? The next one. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's see, where are we? We're back to you, Matthew, right? 39 Monomoy. Okay, do we have somebody, Bill? Yeah, but we can review you in the meantime, if you don't mind, just to keep things moving along.
Okay, so 37.
Oh, I don't know. Did we do the-
I think I've been getting, that's what my texts were.
Okay, so while we wait for Matthew to come back.
Driver's around the corner.
Okay, fine.
So we're moving to 37.
We are moving to 37 Westchester just to keep, and that's you, Abby, if you don't mind. Okay.
Thank you.
You can probably go, Bill.
It's been a while, so I can't really remember what we did.
Well, or one, I think you're both off. Well, you're chairing.
And Stephen's on this as well.
Hi, Bill.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm good.
What's the latest on this one?
Well, we just basically based on our last conversation a couple months ago about reducing the height of the dormer. And the other thing that kept coming up was a larger fenestrate or larger trim around the front door. And I brought this is existing. We're not really
Changing it much?
Yeah, there's
It just doesn't,
Yeah,
it's
it's just
just not drawn like that. It looks wicked skinny.
Well, that's because this has a storm door on it.
Yeah, it's a storm door on it.
It
Makes it look
also has
thicker.
wider trim this way.
So we would prefer to keep the, just keep that front door the way it is.
Mhm. Is that it?
That's pretty much it. I mean, we reduced the size of the windows. We lowered the height of the dormer at the windows.
Mhm.
So it made the height off the street much smaller.
Thank you, Bill. Miss Holly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, this is a 1953 Cape with a garage. For the NHL data, there's an HDC survey on file circa 1953 called, and then the structure is called Little Gem. HSAG actually provides some comments, which I actually agree with, so I'd like to read those into the record. The previous south elevation showed a couple shingle courses above the first floor door and windows. This stepping up of the eave line gave that main mass more prominence over the addition to the left and should remain. The front shed dormer should drop down off the ridge. The front floor plan shows a laundry room window to the right, filling the large void. It should appear on the elevations. The front door surround should have heavier detailing as a typical front door. Specifically, I agree with the comments about the previous south elevation. Staff recommendation also is that the front door should have more of a presence with thicker trim. So those are the comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Board members, or is there somebody from the public about this? No. Board
go.
member, I'm ready to go.
I'll go.
Okay, thanks.
I appreciate your reducing down the dormer a little bit. I think dropping the eave line makes the dormer feel heavier. And I agree with Holly that the raising of that eave creates a new main mass so that the pieces next to it are stepping down. So I like that part, but I kind of feel like it's a combo of the two, Bill. The stepping up of the main mass, the smaller dormer with the thinner windows, and then adding a window underneath on that, that would do it for me. This was a drastic drop that you did, which totally appreciate, but I don't think necessary because I think that dormer, these windows with another window here, but this massing is kind of perfect. I'm sorry, because it just means more work, but I think it's a hybrid of the two that you did.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Let's see who else.
Yeah, you are.
Stephen, are you ready? Or do you want me to?
I just wrote up to Stone Alley. If
Yeah,
you
no,
give me a moment.
Not to worry.
I'll
Val.
go.
Val.
Okay, let Diane.
Okay, Diane, are you ready?
Yep, I agree with what Carrie said. I think that that the proposal is good the way it was. And the door is, I guess, I think it's too narrow, but it seems to fit in on the north elevation. So I guess we're keeping that. So that's all I have to say now.
Oh, thanks, Diane. Val.
I also agree with Carrie. I prefer the prominence of the previous massing, but the smaller dormer. And if there was any way at all to add some sort of a window, whether it's a window that's actually used or not, on the right-hand side of that south elevation, there just seems like it's a lot of blank space. And just to have the door reflect, in fact, what is in existence as opposed to what is shown to us. That's it.
Thank you, Val. Carrie, you went, right?
Yeah.
And Diane went. And
I'll go.
Stephen.
Can we go to the north elevations? And focus on the two lower on the right. Is there something we can make that, it just seems like there's a lot of screen space that's not being utilized here for some reason. Along the bottom, is the Zoom window fully open? See, you can see the agenda behind it down here. Or is that hard to zoom? Okay, so let's go to the north sheet, and that view is perfect, but just the north elevation. Yep. A little bit more. Oh, it's like there's an itch on your back and you're almost there. You're almost there. Ah, thank you. So I'm having a tough time telling these two apart. They both say proposed north and they look the same except for a bubble.
Oh, yeah.
Is that,
The roof line is shorter.
It seems as though it's not reflecting what's on, it's not reflecting the same as what's on the front.
so, okay, so I'm on, and then, thank you. I think the proposed north or the proposed north are appropriate. Can we go to the south? Based on those being appropriate, I think the proposed south elevation versus the previous south elevation is more appropriate. Inclusive the window to the left of the stair entering to the front door and the size, the smaller width of the double hung windows in the dormer. And the fact that the whole first floor structure is lower at the eave.
Yeah.
Those are my comments.
Okay, thanks, Stephen. So, Bill, I think I would like to see, I think the second floor dormer is overwhelming the house. I was wondering if you could bring that shed off the top of that ridge line so that it drop it a foot, the shed.
Instead of going up to the median
Yeah,
ridge.
instead of going all the way up to the ridge. And I mean, it is a bit odd that the windows are larger than the ones on the first floor. Usually it's the other way around. So I'm not sure about that. And I'd like to see that front door have a little more presence, as other people have said. So what is the pleasure of the board? Do we want to hold for?
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
On the upper left west elevation, the proposed elevation, the roof pitch is a 9, the dormer is a 4. That's the configuration of dormer that I think consensus says is better on the south elevation. This dormer. So this reflects the 9 slope and the 4 shed. Down below, I think I'm not the only one saying that the raising of the eave on this south, the previous proposed, was a good move. And combining those two with the regular double hung windows throughout seems a clean, is
And
that?
then you get a real front door too.
And yeah, a bigger front door
Except
surround.
that the north doesn't reflect the lift
The north,
in the previous.
well, it would, it would. if
But it doesn't, even in the previous,
Right,
so.
but so for Bill's sake, to clarify what I think we're all talking about. 'Cause
I'm
it's
not,
confusing, because there's different options of roof slope, dormer slope, raising, lowering. So. I just want Bill to walk away knowing what he's
Yeah,
got
no,
himself into.
yeah, we want you to come back with this this is just,
This is all through
minor.
staff, right?
Well,
yeah, I mean, well,
I think, I would try to make a motion.
yeah, give it a
And
try.
I
how about an
actually,
exhibit?
I've drawn
Okay.
some exhibit
Oh,
stuff, just
okay.
because there's a
Did you
window
do the north
missing.
elevation as raised up as well?
I did
I'm-
not, but I will.
I think I'm changing my mind on that and wanting to go to what he's proposing now without the lift and making the dormer windows smaller or the first floor windows equal or larger.
That's a simpler solution.
With no raising of the eave.
Yeah,
Well, I would be okay with that.
so
So you make the motion.
I will try. I would make a motion to approve through staff with the south and the north eave line to remain as shown, which is even with the existing. Making the dormer, whether it's slightly smaller or just off the ridge. And the windows on the second floor in the dormer to be smaller or equal to what's going on the first floor, because it's top heavy as it is.
Right.
And the trim around the door to reflect what's actually there, which is thicker than what's shown.
Okay, all in favor of Val's motion? Carrie, oh, sorry, Bill.
Nope,
Go ahead.
that's- I was just wondering if you wanted to add another window. on the
I
first floor.
would,
I
I would
would
love
too.
to add
I thought
another
you were giving him a
window.
buy on that.
Okay, that's part
Yeah.
of Val's motion, is to
And to
add
add
a window on the
another-
far right.
Window on the south facade
Yeah, on the far
somewhere,
right.
yeah.
Okay, okay, that's Val's motion. Val, on your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
was Diane on that?
Yes,
What's your feeling on that motion?
I'm an aye.
Great, and I'm an aye, so that passes. Yay.
5-minute break?
Thank you. Yes.
Sure. Yeah. And in the meantime, Matthew, you're back, right? All right, so we're gonna go back to
Can I have a
39
pen
Monomoy.
instead of this
Guys, there's
right
pizza
on
up on the windowsill.
Say it, because I want to get the biggest piece.
Oh, it's close
You wanna
by
get the
this
biggest
time.
piece?
And the hottest.
It's the what?
And the hottest piece.
The hot, oh, she wants the biggest and the
Hottest.
hottest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a pizza for breakfast girl.
I'm a pizza 3 meals a day,
Yeah.
7 days a week.
You're on one that I'm not on.
Give me some
Is
ice
that
cream.
39
now.
Monomoy?
Yeah. Is there a ghost-like apparition in this?
You want me to get you one?
I'm gonna get up and get one. Turn off your mic so people can hear you. I'm teasing. Diana, did you want olive?
I'll have a little chicken. Chicken tonight.
Oh,
Is there chicken over there? I didn't even look in the second.
Why is this? Why are we even looking at this? If we
Sometimes
have
it's olive and
HDC?
chicken. It's really good. Yeah.
Bill, you want pizza?
Interior doesn't.
Holly?
Addition, and I'm not sure I get it.
I can start whenever you're ready, Mr. Chair.
Looks like everyone's being fed, so
Yeah,
yeah,
take a
go
break.
for it.
Yeah, sure. I can wait.
All right.
Okay, so you've seen this once before. This is an existing structure. I think you're all familiar with it. It's Monomoy Road, right where the road takes a hard left, hard bank to the left.
Yeah.
So just to reiterate, our approach with this project is, if you go to sheet A2.1, obviously the visibility from Monomoy Road, yeah, that's a great shot. Our whole intent here was, I've always loved this house, I've always loved it, and we don't really want to change anything material on the street side. There is an addition that's on the back of the structure that we think was done in the 1960s. I passed out some photographs of the interior of that section of the house, just showing that the foundation looks like a fairly, I don't want to say recent, but it's a CMU block foundation. The framing is standard 2x4, and so I feel pretty confident that it's not a historic addition. It's definitely from the 60s, maybe even later. My assumption was it was even later, and it was used as a home studio. It's got a spiral staircase in it. Again, to me, it looks later or more recent than the 1960s. But to reiterate, the key is to keep this elevation completely intact. When we came to you before, we had proposed to alter that chimney that's on the right side of this elevation. We are going to keep it intact. We're going to rebuild it. It's in really poor condition, but it does have some interesting features to it. So we don't anticipate using it, but we are going to rebuild it exactly the way it is now. But it is in such poor condition, it's not something we can, it's not going to survive, the construction, I think. So but just to kind of send that home. So the house is a very long structure, and it obstructs a lot of what's behind on the back side of it. So our whole approach here was to demolish the rear later addition, keep this front facade fully intact. Even the section on the left is a structure that, the plate height is really low. It's gonna be a little bit difficult to navigate, but I felt that this was a really critical piece of the overall composition. I don't really want to change that dramatically at all. So no major changes in my opinion on the west elevation. Okay. I wouldn't mind altering the lattice work at some point, but we've even kept that the way it is now because it's that kind of off the shelf stuff.
All right.
So going to the next sheet, which would be A2.2. And so the idea here was that the square footage of the existing structure is the same. What we've done is, instead of having kind of like a wider, bulkier addition on the back, it's a little bit longer and slender. And so you don't see it it doesn't project out beyond the front elevation. So when you saw it last, admittedly, we had a lot of second floor plate heights that were equal to that of the existing main mass. And so what we've done is really gone through and dramatically dropped the massing to a story and a half. So we basically dropped the ridge height to by 3 feet plus. I believe it's 3 foot 2.5. So 3 feet, and dropped everything down to a story and a half as much as we possibly could. Again, I don't think that this elevation is going to be visible. I know it's a little bit of a slippery slope these days, but given that the house is kind of L-shaped, I do think that the visibility of this will be minimal. Even if you did see it, I don't think it's offensive. We also took length off the overall structure, primarily in the form. That last section is basically just an outdoor covered porch off of the living room, but we did reduce the length by 9'6". We basically across the board lowered the roof pitches, altered fenestration. We minimized the amount of French doors on this elevation. Previously, we had two 4-gang French doors. It's just one triple French, and then the rest are just windows. That was a comment from the board. So we try to be as responsive as possible. The other thing we did was we actually maintained, if we go to the next elevation, which would be the east elevation, if you do there were a series of porch additions. So the existing structure is on the bottom right. Those are the existing addition drawings. Again, the left side of the structure was the 1960s addition, which is going away. And there was also a series of 1-story porches that had been enclosed over time. And so what we did was we don't really are not taking advantage of the square footage, but we did keep the roof lines. And so if you look at the comparative elevation, for the most part, we integrated that covered porch as kind of an homage, if you will, to those enclosures. I guess the last elevation, we actually provided some perspectives on sheet A2.5, which is the next sheet down. And so if you look at drawing view from Monomoy South, I actually go to the Cathcart, beach where you put your kayaks and all that quite a bit. And there is another property adjacent to this. And I think the visibility of the addition, if there is any at all, will be the bottom left-hand drawing. I know when we look at it in elevation, it looks, fairly long, but I think that you're not going to ever see it in that from that perspective unless you're on the property. We have included some photographs, supplemental photographs. So it's the next sheet. Those are taken from the property. The upper left, in my opinion, is really what you would see if you're going down Cathcart. So fairly minimal. The one just beneath it on the south elevation is obviously taken from being on the property, looking at the addition. We did also include some aerial photographs. If you go down one sheet, that's from 1957. So if you zoom in on that rear addition is not in that photograph, which would just support the notion that this is not a structure of any historic significance. We just included some other historic photos. And anyways, that's about it. So we made some fairly aggressive changes in terms of dropping it. Heard all the comments you made at the last meeting. So with that, I look forward to comments from the board. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matthew. Holly, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is Nantucket, a circa 1920 colonial revival, also known as Turn of the Road. And per a Nantucket enclave, Monomoy Heights, 1852 to 2005 by C.S. Lovelace. This was built by Ethel and Louis E. Black in 1924, to be exact. Also out of that book I just mentioned, Mr. Stephen Williams owned the structure in the 60s, between 67 and 92. And in the 1960s, he engaged a designer to design a wing onto this house in Monomoy that included a studio with a dark room and all the trappings needed for his profession. Reason why I'm stating that is, yes, the addition in question, it may be from the 60s, but it is contributing towards the local and national district. So it does provide history to this structure. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. Regarding the revisions, appreciate keeping the whitewashed exterior chimney on the gable end. This is a major character defining feature of the structure. The north is still overly fenestrated. It's still sad to see the proposed removal of the salt box portion of the structure, as this is a character defining feature on this colonial revival. The porch additions is a new feature not previously included with the historic structure. So I just want to notate that for the record. Appreciate the drop in the height of the addition. And I had a question on, is the existing chimney exact as it exists on the plans?
Yes. Meaning the way that we've, through you, Mr. Chair, the way that we've indicated it as part of the existing condition drawings, yes, should be.
Thank you.
It's
Those
a
are
3D scan, so should be accurate.
those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'm off. Holly, thank you. There we go. Okay, let's see. Great, thanks.
I'm having a little deja vu with the Two Stone Alley thing,
Yeah.
where we've got a small historic house, but the back part is sort of mammoth. And I was wondering if we couldn't do a little telescoping so that you're dropping some of the massing as it goes back towards that porch. Otherwise, that's a really long ridge line. And that's my major objection to it. Other than that, I think it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, Abby, thanks. Short and sweet. Who's next? Thank you, Val.
I am a little confused by that, sorry.
Confused by what?
The long ridge, because isn't that the width of the ridge as it exists?
No, okay, hold on. The top
Go
drawing?
to the front, please,
I think you want to go up.
up the other way.
Yeah.
It's not getting any longer that way.
Well, no, what Abby's talking about is the way it
Oh,
goes
front to back.
The rear
Okay,
L.
Okay.
So if you go to the drawing that was just up with the red, Matt's ridge, the first time we reviewed this, Matt's ridge was the same height as the main ridge, and it went straight back. You can see that. And then it terminated in the chimney. That's that red bump at the end on the left. So he's dropped that ridge down. That was the revision. You see what I mean? No?
Yeah, the intersecting gable does kind of break it up, and you can see the existing as a comparative analysis on the bottom, but
I guess you better come back to me because I'm
Okay.
a little bit confused
All
as
right.
to what I'm looking at.
You might.
And I did look at
It
it
might help to
before.
look at the first floor plan, so you can identify the massing. Stephen, go.
Yeah, I agree with Abby's comments. Matt, I think, I don't want to design at the table, but your connector on the proposed south immediately behind the house, if that were, I didn't look at the interior programming, but if you could step down on the second floor or certainly, there's no reason that I can conceive not to lower the pitch of that connector roof. It's not going to be visible as a gable ever anywhere. It doesn't exist.
Hey, Stephen,
Yeah.
are you talking about
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Section B, just kidding.
Section B, here we go. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. So if you shallow this pitch out, you're going to decrease your height
Right.
of the connector, and I think that that's helpful. And then to the extent, I don't know what the internal program again is, but if this is a hallway, historic homes have a lot of steps in them.
Yeah.
And that helps to also create the sense that it is a separate structure. The only other comment I'd make is it's unfortunate, I don't know if you've got any latitude, to try and incorporate a salt box roof structure somewhere in one of these north-south elevations. I think the south elevation is probably going to be the least visible because as you come up Cathcart, it's a hill.
Right.
But I don't know with the garage removed if it's going to make a difference. So yeah, I'm uncertain. From the other side, coming from the harbor, I think you're going to have more of a view of this. And if there was a roof form that had some salt box-esque feature, I don't know. I think it would be when we remove or add on historic structures, it's, I believe, appropriate to try and incorporate some of the silhouette.
If I could, Mr. Chair, through you, it's ironic you say that because on the south elevation, the furthest section on the right side of the elevation, basically, what we did is we stepped back the second floor, like squeezed the second floor so that we could add, basically it's a 3-foot or 30-inch deep bump out, so we could actually get a roof line in there to kind of break up the 2-story massing that was there previously. As you were saying, like potentially adding a salt box, I might be able to like extend or alter those roofs that eave line transitions into that and create a salt box. So we probably could do that.
It would be something that probably wouldn't be seen though, right?
Probably not, but I could still do it.
Okay, well,
You
just saying. Anyway, thank you, Matthew. Was that it, Stephen?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a look at the north. So I think on the north elevation, you're not going to have much opportunity for a salt box feature.
No.
Okay. Yep. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Abby, you want to just add on?
I have an
Yeah.
addendum that if you were to, after your gable, there, if you were to drop it down a couple of feet, you would be going with the natural landscape. And then you would have, going down into that great room, whatever it is, a couple of steps. It would be like fabulous on the inside too.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. it's very
It does.
similar to-
We did actually drop it down a step, just one. You can see it in the plan.
Yeah.
It's very subtle.
Too.
But
Yeah, the parallels with Stone Alley are uncanny, aren't they? Thanks, Abby. Let's see. Diane, we haven't heard from you yet. It's your turn.
Excuse me, my throat is gone. Hold on a second. The long one-story addition on the north elevation.
Yeah.
What is in that room?
through you, Mr. Chair, that's an existing portion of the structure, Diane, and right now it's, I think it's a bedroom. And so
Okay.
we weren't proposing to alter that, except, clean it up,
No.
place windows, et cetera.
Well, I think it's hard. I think what you've done here is pretty good. I appreciate the dropping down and keeping the 2 chimneys. So at the moment, I'll go with that, okay?
Okay. Diane, thank you. Val, anything?
I have not.
Nothing?
Nothing to add, no.
Okay, so the only thing that I have to say is I'm going to underscore this idea that does sort of herald back to our earlier review with you, which is this idea of stepping down, going, your dominant older mass that's up on Monomoy Road. And if you're able to step it down more as it goes further back, that would be to the east. That I think would be beneficial in terms of getting the mass to be subordinate. Anything else, folks? Anything?
Motion to
No.
hold for a few revisions?
Sounds good to me. Okay, so on Abby's motion to hold for revisions, Stephen?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Thank you. Diane? Abby, on your motion?
Aye.
Diane, are you there?
She's with us.
I'm here. Sorry, I muted because I was coughing.
That's okay.
Aye.
All right, great. And let's see, Stephen, on your motion? Did I do that already? I did that already. Oh, no, Abby on your motion. I got that already. Okay, so I'm in favor, so the motion carries. There we go. Thank you, Matthew.
Thank you.
Okay. Elizabeth, are you there?
Yeah, hi. I am here. Can you hear me?
Can, thanks. Okay, so your board, myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Carrie. Thank you. And that's there.
Okay.
That's there.
So this is just a little garden renovation.
Yep, we remember.
And so, your comments, I think we've kind of addressed them all when we get to the plan. We reduced the amount of stone on the upper area. We moved the pergola in from the setback. We're going to reuse the stone that's there on the big patio. And also included the raft details that exist on the pergola now, so we could repeat that same detail. I think, Stephen had a comment about the height, so we reduced the height of the pergola, the proposed pergola. And I also gave you some images of, there is a blue stone path that existed there already. And I think maybe someone said there was not like an appropriate material, but it was already on site. So on the lower side of the property, we'd like to sort of keep that existing path. It's bubbled in this drawing, kind of in the middle section. And so that's, and if you look at the right side of the drawing, how much we reduced the stone by, we reduced it significantly and, spread the stones. There would be creepers in between. So it's actually less stone than there's there today.
Less stone now than current, or less stone in your proposal than currently.
That's right. So I think we made it easy for you to approve this and move on to the next application.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll go.
Nope.
After
You don't
Holly.
There you go. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Unless you want me to leave, I'll go ahead.
We don't want
know?
you to leave, Holly.
All right,
For
just
the
checking.
record. For the record.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. For the record, this structure, again, it's always important to know our context, is a circa 1765 Benjamin Barney, attributed Benjamin Barney, who was a cooper. The two-story L was added in the rear after 1834, then it was rebuilt in the 1990s, and then recently you all approved in this year a side addition. Based on this plan that's before you is what I read, I reviewed, I didn't see any of the hard plans, so my apologies, but I didn't see much of a change to the site plan. There's still a lot of bluestone proposed for this pre-Revolutionary War structure. Keep the brick as the material. I'm asking what is the proposed height of the proposed retaining wall? What is the height of the reconfigured retaining wall? These are questions that were asked at the last meeting. Previously, HSAG did have very similar comments. Let's see, I think the only change that I saw was the elevation of the pergola, so maybe I just need that clarified, but the new isolated pergola just feet away from Ash Lane will be very visible and seems out of place in this historic setting. Historic photos of similar structures would be helpful to validate using such a structure here. Adding more stone to this brickyard would be overwhelming. Some green lawn space would help mitigate. I believe there has been, based on what Elizabeth just mentioned. However, it wasn't that clear. The existing patio is irregular stone, square cut. Blue stone is not historic material, and brick would be preferred. It looks like the existing stone wall is being straightened, if you will. And I think that was also a comment that was brought up before. And I believe also that the commission asked at the last meeting about having a topo. So those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say I could share my screen. I don't know what happened, like this plan was scanned. We have elevations for all the walls and the patios. So if I can share my screen, I could do that.
You know, Elizabeth, something's interesting. It's lost in translation because I do see you have the topo on here, but it's so faint that all you can see is the numbers for the topo. You can't actually see the lines at all on the paper plans.
But yeah, the wall isn't high at all. It's just like a couple feet.
Elizabeth, if you like.
So are you going to screen share? Is that what we're doing?
I don't want to share a screen, so. Are you able to see this here?
Yeah.
You go away.
So you do have your top of wall, bottom of wall stuff on that, right?
Yeah.
It's not showing up on here.
And then the contours are there. So contour 24, 22,
Yeah.
and 20 cross on the high side. And the patio is at 22.
Down at the end. Yep. It's
And then
much
the blue
clearer on
stone,
this.
the blue stone walkway is highlighted. And you can see how much, so the green space we added. So it's a lot more than there's there today.
Green space.
We have a neighbor. I didn't notice her.
Oh, yeah. All right. So thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you, Holly. And you would like to say something?
Here's the blue stone.
Please. Thank you, Chairman Pohl.
Sure.
I'm Ann Lingaman Davis, 10 Ash Street. We are abutters to 8 Ash, and our family's been there since the mid-60s. I'd like to make a few comments, if I may.
Sure.
First of all, it's important that it's important to note that although there is some hedging at 8 Ash, the yards, patio areas, and walls are visible from 2 public traveled ways, Ash Street and Ash Lane. On the Ash Street side of the property, there's a lovely dry fieldstone wall that I've always understood to be the foundation of a 19th century barn structure that sat between 10 and 8 Ash. Fortunately, this wall is to be preserved, which is great. Although I have some concerns that the concrete block wall with fieldstone facing that's proposed might not blend in with the historic wall that is an important part of the streetscape of Ash Street. Very visible there.
Hey,
And-
Ann, just
Yeah.
so that I'm
Yeah.
clear. The
Okay.
existing one is this one, right?
Yeah, and I
Okay.
think they've noted that they're keeping that.
Yeah.
Let me make sure, yes, that's right on the Ash Street
Mhm.
side. And, you know, it sort of catches your eye when you're walking by, and it would be nice if something that was designed there sort of blended in with what's there now. Also, something for the commissioners to consider is the hill and the topography. Although I wasn't at the last meeting, well, I guess you guys have cleared this up because there is topographical. I didn't see it when I was looking at the drawings.
Are you
but-
looking at the paper plans?
Yeah,
They don't show up on the paper plans.
Well, I was looking at on the computer, but
Oh, okay.
I think it is a hill, and what's happening, and it's it's not exactly clear is to make the position the pergola and to extend the patio. They're kind of digging into the hill, and we'll be digging it out to kind of make room for the pergola. Because right now the garden extends out, and the pergola, to make room for the pergola, they'll have to kind of carve the hill out. So, I have some concerns about the height of that wall and what really that's going to look like when it's all said and done. And the existing grade, as you guys know, really slopes up towards, slopes up Ash Street. Ash Street's a big hill, and that's right on the side of the hill there. So, and there's going to need to be more retainage than there is now. So, I'd like to know how that's going to be addressed. And the northeast corner of the pergola, so the northeast corner is really close. Actually, you can see it really well in that drawing, Holly. It's really close to the corner of the house. Like almost, it's really close. And I'm just, it's considering its large size and proximity to the house, will the proposed pergola upstage the historic architecture? The size of the existing more diminutive pergola still on site seems much more appropriate. That scale of that. Also, with the structure being so close to Ash Lane and Street, has a lighting plan been put forth for the patio area and the pergola? Because the pergola is kind of right on Ash Lane. And finally, I agree with the structure advisory group that brick is a more appropriate surface material than rectilinear bluestone. Right now, there's some lovely flagstones that have a lot of age and character. I'm hoping those are going to be utilized again. I also agree with Commissioner Camp that there should be more greenscape in general on this plan. And she mentioned grass, but greenscape. These are two of the island's oldest streets, kind of spared by the fire. And people passing by do see into this garden. It's important that the garden design of 8 Ash be harmonious with the surrounding architecture. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ann. Great. So I think we can go to commissioners now. Commissioner comments. Anyone's ready?
I'll go.
Up, Diane, it's your turn.
On the plan, if you show me the whole plan again, right now I'm seeing individual pieces. Okay, I'm down a little bit there. I would like to see less formality in the garden, being that it's from an old building and they didn't live back then. It's quite so square. I think that wandering walkway near where the shower is should not be so regimented. And I would like to see looser, more casual stones in that, and the same with the walkway between the two doors on the other side. Everything is square, and it needs a little bit more flexibility. You've got the old wall, and we have the brick driveway and the picket fence and stuff. I need to see the stonework more relaxed. And what color is the the pergola, what color is that? Is it natural to weather or is it painted?
Natural to weather.
Natural to weather. Okay, that's good. And the fencing around it where we have it, is that painted or natural to
Yeah,
weather?
that's all white. See on the left side of the plan, it's all existing. It's all white picket.
Okay, and everything inside. Well, I really would like to see the stonework more relaxed, more natural, not quite so defined. Everywhere you've got steps, they're all 2-3 size and very square. I'd like to see them, as I say, more relaxed, and the same thing on the other side. I think it'll be more attractive and more keeping with the houses along both Ash Street and Ash Lane. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Who's next?
I'll
You
go.
guys are plotting
Well,
something
we're
over
just,
there.
we're trying to just figure out what's what, but,
Oh.
I think a lot of the stone on the ground exists on this site, and the rectilinear stepping stones, there's a photograph of it right there.
Mhm.
The stone on the right-hand side of the building exists. That's really great stone. And I think it looks aged, it's beautiful. The pergola that exists is white, it's tiny, it's in a funny location that is very disjointed from the house. And I think this design makes it more a part of the whole thing. In this one, it feels like a funny little folly that was on second thought. This is white, this proposed is natural to weather. So I think the fact that people think it's gonna stand out, I don't think so. You reduce the height of it, which is what we asked you to do last week, because we were afraid that it would be too prominent. And I think it looks good as is. The one thing, I think on the left of the plan, I don't know which direction we're talking, north, the rectilinear works. On the south, I would like to see a little bit more organic shaping with that wall, because the combination of the pergola and this hard edged wall to me is going a little too far. I don't have a problem with shifting the organic wall away and gaining more space for your garden. It's 2 feet tall. The spot elevations on this plan are 22.5 and 23.5. And up at the top of the garden, it says the top of the wall is 2 feet, as far as I can read.
Oh, yeah, now I see it, it's tiny.
See, it's
Yeah,
tiny.
I
The
do.
spot elevation as you get further away in the property line. So basically, I'm fine with all of this, except I think maybe that one wall on this garden could be organic to sort of match what's there, and using all that similar stone. To be long-winded.
Okay,
go.
can I just to clarify?
I'm going to clarify.
On the stone issue?
Yeah.
You are?
Yes.
All right,
Because-
let's see if you do.
Because
Go
Carrie
ahead, go ahead.
unabashedly stole every single one of my comments.
Because we were in cahoots.
I know, you were conspiring, we knew that,
And-
we saw
and-
We
that.
didn't talk about that.
No, but I
wall.
was thinking it, and you heard me thinking it.
On your
Okay.
thought.
So
Stephen?
on the retaining wall, I would state it a little bit differently with the benefit of Carrie's comments. On the north side, rectilinear retainage works. On the south side, the more organic form of the wall and plan to wrap around the back of the new proposed pergola would be appropriate, more appropriate. The thing I would add too is, in addition to Carrie's comment about the height, and Elizabeth, thank you for reducing the height, is I think that with the reduced height, the proximity to the house is not as dramatic or a dramatic issue. Whereas if this were 8 feet tall to the bottom of the beam, this would have a completely different presentation. 6'10", I believe, to the bottom of the rafter of the beam is Going to make this much more of a human scale. Lastly, I just say, to the extent you've got any extra stone, it'd be nice to replace the existing stepping stones walkway on the north side with that beautiful stone that's on the right side and shown as existing stepping stone walkway to proposed pergola location. So that's the stuff on the south. Yeah. And if I didn't get the thing you were going to say, Mr. Chairman, I apologize.
You didn't. Let's see.
He changed it.
We heard, oh, but it is to me, isn't it? It is to me.
I mean, and.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Abby. Yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
briefly, because others have said, I think a more natural rounded edges in the stonework and the walkways, and that was said by that group over there. And but looking at this, I had to like go around and circle all the hedges that exist. There's a lot of hedge in between and on the roads, and so it's pretty much naturally screened. But to the neighbor's point, the pergola that is almost 9 or 10 feet deep, I think that's a good point, that it sort of encroaches on the house, and if that were brought back a couple of feet, I think it would read, I think it would be more successful, because then it's not competing with the house. It's a little further away. It's a little bit more of an oasis. Yeah.
Okay.
A few things.
Abby, thank you. My only comment is the question about the stone, and thank you for calling my attention to that old stone right at the property line. And so my question, Elizabeth, is it appears that the current wall in the back is your basic sort of Pennsylvania field stone. Is that what the proposal is for the new wall?
Yeah. Yeah, we want the new wall to be the same material as the existing one inside the garden.
Okay. I don't suppose you could get the older stone, which looks like, well, it's much more of a rubble type look, and
Yeah, I think
could easily see how that could be an old
is,
foundation.
yeah, the one on the street I think is more rounded and harder to stabilize the soil. The other one is slightly more linear, but it has, a nice uneven look to it, and also the color is a little bit varied. So I think it looks old quite easily. I think it's like it's been there for a while. We can soften the hard angles on the.
Sounds like that's the consensus view. Yeah. So.
And also, if the I had proposed maybe to use natural cleft bluestone, which I gave an example. That has more texture on the top of the stone versus the thermal bluestone. So the picture in the middle on the bottom shows that.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. So I think maybe that could work on the north part of the garden, but if you just want us to reuse the same stone that's there now on the south side, sort of everywhere, we can do that.
Are you talking about the patio stone or the wall?
Yeah,
stone?
the patio stone. Yeah, for walking surface, for patio space.
So did she just say she would be willing to use the walkway stepping stones towards the pergola that you've got proposed on the patio on the other side as well?
Yeah, we could,
that'd be great.
I mean, I don't want to come back in 2 months to talk about this again.
We're doing
I'd like, I think it'd be nice
Yeah.
if you approve the natural cleft bluestone. I think it's quite appropriate. I don't think you're going to see this patio when you're walking on Ash Street. That patio is way up there. It has a retaining wall in front of it. Then it has a big hedge. So you're never going to see that. The only way you're looking at it is in plan view today. That's going to be.
You're right.
Okay.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, through you.
Done.
What about, Elizabeth, the existing rectilinear stepstones that you can see from Ash through the arbor? Is there any appetite to switch that out to match the walking stone?
Yeah, if you say we'll approve it, if you do natural cleft bluestone, so it's not so new looking, we can totally do that.
Okay. No, I think she's saying she'll switch the existing stepstone for the
Right.
natural clefts to match, which is a better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's definitely an improvement.
What do we want to do?
Make a motion.
Give it a try.
Okay, so, natural cleft stone, I just have to say that a couple of times because I'm not used to it. But, to change that, the squared off stepping stones to the natural cleft stone. And that would be on both sides of the house. To, instead of having rectilinear walls, we are going to make them into curves, softer.
Can I
Yeah, go ahead.
edit that
Yeah.
somewhat? It sounded to me like the one on the north side was okay as
Yeah.
rectilinear, and the one on the south side wants to be more like what it currently is, which is more organic. That's what I heard.
That's what I feel, because I
On the
think.
south
this-
side?
Yeah.
Okay, so
The south is
that
more
would be softer curving walls on the south side. I would bring the pergola back. I think I measured it out. If you took 3 feet off, I think it would be,
3 feet off of the length.
3 feet off of the, this way.
Oh, that
One
way.
bay.
Oh, that's
Yeah, to bring it
interesting.
off of this
No,
corner.
okay, so Abby was taking it off in a different way than I thought she was.
Yeah, to
Abby's
give
taking
that
it
a little
off.
more breathing room.
Elizabeth, are you getting this?
What about taking it the other way?
Yeah, you can,
Well, maybe-
yeah, you can do that. too,
Maybe
but
I'll stop my share and you can do it on sort of at your end.
Well, okay, I
the
think
problem
there's
is I
some.
don't know what her intent
Show
is.
this to.
I'm doing an
Abby
exhibit
as an
A.
Exhibit A.
Yeah.
but
Okay.
we need
I
those.
actually think it'd be better to take it off.
To make it
the way
smaller.
that
I didn't know if
they're-
they were doing like a dining room table or something. No. It's not art, it's not.
Yeah, it is meant for dining. That's exactly what
Yeah,
it's
that's
meant
why
for.
I-
Well, but
The other
so-
the other pergola space, you can't even sit 2 chairs there. It's too small.
Yeah.
And, it's quite a sunny area.
Going
so
on the
to
screen,
have the shade is
what
nice.
Abby's proposal and what you've just, to shorten by one bay.
I can hit 7'6" in my hand. Okay, so basically, the option would be, Abby originally, are you good with doing it the other way?
Yeah,
Okay.
just to take
So
it off the
basically,
corner.
well, she can't see that, can she?
I can see the cursor now that you're moving. So yeah.
She can see the cursor, so just that bottom bay.
So just
That's it.
the better portion of the
Okay.
bottom bay.
Okay.
And is that where we're going to soften the walkway?
Yeah,
Yes, we're going to
Yeah.
those natural cleft stones instead of squared off walkway.
Yeah.
It's gonna be mob.
Because the blue cleft stone is quite formal looking, but maybe not so much, but the picture we have of it is
Yes.
not very irregular.
All right, well, that's my motion, fail or
Okay,
pass.
all right.
Um,
Abby, thank you for the.
Either
motion.
way, this is a beautiful garden.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's marvelous.
Okay, Abby, thank you. So on that motion, Stephen,
Hi.
Carrie,
Aye,
very good. Diane?
Aye.
through staff and
yes.
Exhibit A. So Elizabeth, there's an Exhibit A that Stephen's
Thank you so
drawn
much.
up.
I appreciate.
Abby,
Aye.
you haven't gotten it just yet. Abby's good on her motion and I'm in favor too. You want to make sure I'm in favor.
were done.
Oh, per exhibit A.
Yeah,
but-
so that was per Exhibit A through staff, just to be clear. Okay, thanks, Elizabeth. Bye.
Thank you.
All right,
Bye-bye.
all right, Linda Williams. Linda Williams,
Cruising.
47 Milk. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, I'm out for a while.
No, these are gonna go quick.
Okay, well, I'm
Yeah, you're
having a
not-
pizza. Do you want a pizza?
Where were you planning on
If
going?
there's a little extra.
Sorry, they're,
Yeah, tell
thank
me
you.
how much is left.
Eat pizza, makes you young and tall.
Who's my board? Val, do you see it on the agenda?
Okay, Linda.
I can't read it from
First
here.
thing, the first thing we're looking at is the main house revisions, okay?
I can't read it from here. Is it Ray, Abby,
Oh, the
Diane?
Ray,
Steve.
Abby, Diane, Val, Stephen. That's the board for all 4
Okay.
of your applications.
We made all the changes. We clarified some of the stuff that was a little confusing on the main house.
Nice job.
So if you want to go to
Okay.
the, if you want to open the drawings. Val had suggested that we do sheds on the front instead of the gable dormers, so we changed them to sheds. We added windows to the second floor of the east because it was a little under fenestrated. We added clarity on that rear roof deck and drew in the stairs and the door, which was a little confusing, and we lowered the floor, so you'd have to be 7 feet tall to even get to the ridge. We changed the screen so it looks like the screens on that back on the east side, that's the west side. And we added that beam to the front porch that you said was missing. And we corrected the trim details that you had an issue with. So I think primarily it was the front. If anybody's been by it lately,
Wide open.
well, we've moved that house over to the front where it was approved, which blocks the entire right-hand side, which blocks the pool, blocks the studio gym. So we added the extra trim band that you asked us to add in the front, and we put those two little fixed 6 lights up there because you said it looked a little weird without anything over that porch. That was all that was asked for.
Thanks, Linda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
do have some comments. I know this is not in the OHD.
Oh, I'm going to object to any comments from HSAG.
I'm not going to review though, or
Okay.
read theirs.
Go ahead.
It is
although-
way outside the old historic district.
It is,
We
but
know
I
where
do
it is.
have staff's just comments on the proposal.
Okay.
Understand this is infill within the historic district. Regarding the revisions on the main house, dormers on the 3rd floor are an atypical to much the vernacular in this particular area. Neither dormer option is appropriate, especially on a 29-foot structure. The overhangs are not typical. The transom over the front door looks out of place. On the north elevation, it's a little concerning as far as it's not sure whether or not the renderings address the view. And those are my comments.
It's not in the old historic
Yeah, so,
district.
can somebody clarify this for me?
Hello?
Diane, hang on a second. Is it in the OHD?
No, we established that the last time.
It's on, it's
Cemetery
near.
is.
Okay, so, all right.
And we also said we had a majority of the board were okay with the 3rd floor dormers if we changed them to
Linda,
sheds.
I remember all that. I just wanted to get clarification on that. So-
Just to clarify.
Thank you.
So it's outside the OHD because the
Yeah.
OHD is at Milk Street on the other side.
Right.
But when HSAB was established and reviewing, it was provided to them to review because of it was assumed that it was within their boundary, because remember, their boundary was larger than the historic district. However, it wasn't even in their boundary as well.
Okay,
So, but for the record, the comments I just read were from staff.
okay. Thank
And
you,
we,
Ollie. Thanks
I
for-
wrote down,
thanks for
we
clar-
addressed everything that you asked
Stop,
for.
Stop. I know.
No, I can't.
What, do you want to hear from us?
There isn't anybody here.
Okay.
Nobody around.
All right. All right, so let's now put it over to the board. Board members, are you ready?
I am.
Thank you, Val. Yes. What you got?
Okay. I think the massing in and of itself is fine. It's simple. I know I was the person to suggest going to shed as opposed to gable, but I'm thinking this building would look so much simpler with just no dormers on this side, the south side, facing the street. I don't think you really need them, looking at the floor plan. And it would just make it seem not as overwhelming as all of this together on this site is going to be. It's a lot of building and a lot of structure on this site, which is not common. I'm also thinking maybe, I don't know how I feel about the porch, it's kind of weird.
Which one?
The front on the
Oh,
south,
yeah.
maybe just eliminating it completely, or just keeping it to the main mass.
Oh, that's interesting.
On the west and the east, there's some disparity with the dormer on the front facing the road. On the east, it shows it set back. On the front, on the west, it shows it flush.
Hang on a second, Val, which part of it?
The dormer.
Remember, there's a deck back there, so don't confuse the deck
No,
with it.
I'm not talking about the rear, I'm talking about the one facing the street.
The left one is set back? Yes.
On the west, it's showing it flush, and on the east, it's showing it set back, so there's a disparity there.
Where's the west elevation?
Oh.
Yeah,
Go
got
to
it.
the west.
You got it.
I mean, the west and then toward the east.
Got it.
They're two different things. I think the idea of this rear dormer deck is very clever. I hesitate to buy into that until I see maybe the building framed up and see if there's any visibility to that. And I appreciate putting the beam in. I think it's just hard, the drawings are not that great. And there's a lot of wonkiness, like on the east, the doors seem like they're 10 feet high on the rear elevation.
To go to the north elevation value, you can see how far they're set back.
No, I realize that, but it's just, there's so much about this that we can't really hold anybody to. It says the first floor is only 8 inches off of grade. Are they doing a mud block?
I believe so, and we're trying, there is a, in that, obviously, in somewhere in your file, there's a whole Bracken grading plan. There's very little grade change here, because this is roughly where the other house was sitting.
No, I get that, but it would really mean there would have to be a mud block to get into this house, and I would want that to be notated somewhere if that was the case.
That is what it's showing.
Yeah.
Either that or it's a slab on grade arrangement,
Right.
which I can't believe.
So
there's a
that's my
basement.
comments.
Thank you, Val Oliver. Let's see, who's next?
I'll go.
Go ahead.
I think it is a clever idea for that dormer roof deck, but there's really no reason for the dormers on the front of the structure,
Right.
because there's really no third floor. So as opposed to having the dormers, which are potentially controversial, why not just go with a roof lock?
I
And a-
tried that, she won't do it.
Well, she may not have a
Crap out of
choice,
luck.
because that roof deck, I've never seen anything like it on a third floor. I've seen it in a roof, within a roof mass on a second floor,
Yeah.
but I've never seen it freestanding on a third floor roof.
If it's visible or not visible, does that make a difference here? Because we've already proven that the back of
I'm
it's
gonna
not
see it in
visible.
my sleep.
Well, that's why
I
I
know.
said when it's framed up, perhaps you can come back for that.
Yeah.
Whenever it rains, I'm gonna think.
Because when we were doing the pool house studio, you've got pictures in that particular file all the way around,
Linda,
and
you-
nothing on this lot is
Linda,
visible.
Stop. You made a fair
I don't
point. Val, please. You made a fair point. I'm open to viewing it. Once you get you get the end rafters up, get that wall, and we'll do a view.
Right.
And if we can see it, we can see it. If we can't, we can't. But at that point, I think we would just take it in, I don't know, keep a running application for this ready to go.
Well, I can't build anything so you can see anything without an HCC approval.
Well,
No,
of
no.
course you can't, but we can approve it without that element, and then you can come back once it's framed in.
That's a big deal to frame that, not frame it or frame it.
No,
No,
it's,
he's talking about the roof.
please let me
I
finish.
know.
I've got
It's
a
done
little
all the
experience
time,
building
sorry.
homes. This dormer wall can go in. If the applicant is bent on having this happen, I think the threshold is we need to determine we can't see it. And the way to do that is to have it in place, at least the main roof rafters and the exterior wall of the dormer to the rear, which is very simple to do. It's part of the natural construction process and progress. And at that point, we just, you let us know through the office and we just stop by there and take a look at it. You have the application in, it's all ready. It's just waiting for the framing to happen and we can just go take a look at it.
So what would you approve in its place? There's no space in the third floor at all. You take off the front dormers, you take this off. What do you want me to frame back there? A dormer without the inset?
Hang on.
But I want to go back to my original comment. There is no third floor.
Well, there could be.
Well, there could be if a roof walk were utilized, but right now it's obliterated by this concept of a inset roof deck.
Well, then approve a dormer in the back, just a dormer for
That's
now.
what he's suggesting.
On the back, not on the front.
Right,
Because
put a
there's no
dormer in
reason
the
for them on
back.
the
I
front.
understand. What you're,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
what Stephen is saying, and I actually agreed to, and I believe Val made the same point, is we're not objecting to the third floor dormer on the back of the building. What we're objecting to, or what we have a potential, not a real concern, a potential concern, is the fact that you're cutting away the roof of that dormer and people are going to be standing up there. That's what the concern is. So if it's just a plain old dormer that we approve multiple times an evening here, fine. So you get up that far with your framing and you say, okay, so now can I cut this roof away and create my third floor deck?
Well, that's what I'm saying. When you approve it with a standardized
We're gonna
dormer
approve it
through
as-
staff.
Well,
Where are the
okay.
windows in the dormer? There
What?
are no windows in the dormer. That's what I don't
There
get.
are no windows?
There are no windows in the
No.
dormer. You have a
Well,
big
It's
ball.
definitely set into that roof
Bizarre.
with dormer sides.
part
If
is
you're
just-
looking at it from the side, Mr. Chairman, it looks like a dormer because we have dormer walls on both sides.
So take the windows that you were going to have on the south dormers
Yep.
and move them around to the back.
And my suggestion is, if I may, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
don't actually do that work.
No, don't.
Just get it to the point where that work would be done. And then if we approve the roof deck, you don't put the windows in, or you do, but we can address that at the time.
Well, can we do that through staff?
No, we
Hang
need
on.
to see it.
No, that's what I'm saying. Approve something now
Hang
so
on,
I can
wait.
build
Yes,
it
yes,
and then do it
Stop,
through staff,
stop,
the rest
stop.
of it.
You're ahead of yourself.
Stop.
We're gonna,
Okay, so
yes.
you've heard from. We haven't heard.
Well, there's been a lot of
we
back and
haven't
forth
heard
with
from
other
Abby.
applicants tonight,
Abby,
so let's be real
We
here.
haven't heard from Abby. Abby, go.
Okay.
And Diane, I'll get to you next.
So I have a problem with the whole site and the layout of these buildings on this long skinny site. And there are at least 4 buildings plus a pool, driveway. It's completely packed with, I don't see 1 ounce of grass. So I'm not sure where I stand on this architecture anyway, because I'm not sure that the way this has been built out is actually appropriate. So, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Diane, your turn.
She's talking.
Oh,
Diane, you're muted.
Diane, you're
muted.
muted.
Still talking.
She's talking, but she doesn't realize she's muted.
Diane, is she muted?
Yeah.
Go, I'm sorry, sign came up. I was saying, I agree with Abby on the fullness of the property. Second of all, the 2 dormer windows on the front should not be there. I question, what is the size of the skylight that's on the right-hand side of some elevation I don't have up here
In the
anymore?
back, the very back, that's set back 15, 16 feet. It is the standard, the 24 by 36 max.
2 by 3, yeah.
Great, it just looks larger. Why are the windows in the dormer on the back of it, why are those windows small, whatever you do with the other man standing there? Shouldn't those windows be big enough to fill in the space of the dormer, not be clear both top and bottom?
Right, which dormer are you talking about?
I'm talking about the dormer on the left. Can't see what elevation this is. It is the
That's
elevation
north.
man. It's the north elevation.
Yeah,
That dormer on the left. The three windows. Should they not be a full size going from top to bottom instead of having a course all around them?
no, because the floor height above the floor as well as the lower roof. And we'd have to go to a flat pitch, and you can't see that dormer from anywhere. So we couldn't get a full-size window in there.
Hey, Linda, why don't you just listen to Diane's comments. Diane, continue.
That's all right. I can't, I would just explain to me what the stairs going to the roof hatch is supposed to be. Are they on the outside, inside? Where are they?
They're inside.
Inside, everything's
Those
inside.
You will never see.
You never see those.
You will never, ever see those.
Okay, never know. Okay, that's all. I just
All right.
question on those parts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Let's see, I think it's to me, right?
Yeah.
So agree with the dormers on the south elevation. They're unnecessary and they make the building feel very top heavy. It's, other than those dormers, it's a very, modest building. So that's fine. I appreciate the change in the size of the rafters or the rakes. Although on the front, they're still showing up as being like at least a 1 foot tall eave, which is that big. Which there's something not right about that. They need to.
Well, they added that beam that you wanted, but I'm not sure what's happened.
No,
They
no,
think they added
didn't add the
something
beam
there.
on the porch, which is what I didn't want. But if you just measure there's an eave, and they did a plumb cut on the rakes, which results somehow in a 1 foot eave. That's this big. That's humongous. So there's something not right about that.
Do you want a shadow line and reduce it?
Just something.
Okay.
But my main issue is the dormers on the second floor and the option of, sorry, what?
Just when you're saying the eave, is that the same eave?
Well, this one's supposed to have a beam, but it doesn't. So this is actually more than a foot. This is like 15 inches.
This looks bigger than 8.
Oh, it's definitely
6. Yeah.
Yeah. So the eaves should be a 1 by 8 at the most.
Right, so that.
Okay. The solution that Stephen came up with for the back dormer, I think is a good one. And I actually think at the end of the day, you're going to wind up getting what your client wants, because I'm pretty sure that it's not going to be visible. But just to err on the side of caution, let's do the viewing when you get up to the third floor.
So to get approved through staff with some of these tweaks to it and just make it.
Just apply for it. We're gonna, well, I don't know what we're gonna do, because it depends on what the motion is. Well, speaking.
I'm gonna
of
make a
which-
motion.
Yeah, why don't you make a motion?
Axe the south facing dormers.
Okay, hold on.
Make the eave trim 1 by 8 max in
Okay.
every instance. Add a beam to the, did we want to add a beam to the front porch or not?
We
The
did.
south porch.
Add a-
It doesn't show up on the sides.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hold on. Hold on.
Roof doesn't actually show up on the east either, like.
Okay,
it's-
Well, that's because there's a bump out there.
I'm in the
Hold on.
middle of my motion.
Yes.
Hold on, mention,
Nope.
so it was add the beam on the east and west side of it.
No, I'm not going to get into like the drawing changes.
Okay,
You can reflect the drawing changes based on the motion. It'll be simpler for everyone.
yep,
So again, eaves 1 by 8, no
Yep.
more than 1 by 8. Add the beam, include the beam on the south facing porch.
Yep.
If it's already shown in one drawing, it just needs to be corrected in the others.
okay. I did notice that on one side.
The dormer on the north can be constructed without the roof walk opening. And
Okay.
I'll just leave it at that, and then you can call us in for a view. And was there anything else?
Yes.
What do you want me to, before we go there,
The,
what do you want me to
wait, wait.
show in that?
Porch that runs along the front does not show at all on the east that it how it's two different heights. It's two different depths because of the jog in the building.
Oh,
What are you saying, Val?
yeah, no.
The porch does not show here like it does on the
Yeah,
front.
she's absolutely right.
Oh,
Maybe
wrapping
just
around?
extend it.
Yeah, it doesn't wrap around there. Yep,
But it's also a wonky,
yep.
like it goes up higher there.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Got
almost
it.
like a different CAD program is being used for each of these.
Yeah, when he was making changes to it, I think that's where things got a little
Okay.
screwy.
Okay, so those are our requests in the motion.
Steve, how do you want me to portray, when I go through staff, on that north thing? Do you want me to just put windows in it through staff? So it
put
looks
the
like
two
something
Yeah, just put the
is up
windows
there?
from the- yeah, from
Okay.
the south.
And not the cutout.
Yes,
Yeah,
And not the cutout.
okay, and
I'll
that
try
through
and break
staff?
that up.
That would be great. Okay.
Yeah, good luck.
Thanks for the,
Yeah.
thanks for that motion, Stephen. Okay, so on the motion, let's see, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Nay.
nay, okay. Diane,
Aye.
okay, let's see, so Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed, right?
Okey dokey.
Got that?
I have a comment, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
In the line of you're never gonna believe. You're never gonna believe that it's only 7 o'clock.
I know, you want to know why? Because what?
It does feel later,
It does feel later, but
It is later.
sort of.
we got through some pretty major stuff.
All right, here comes the garage. Is that what you have up next?
Yeah, it is.
That was really simple. It wasn't really form. It was wonky doors and stuff. So we adjusted the doors on the north elevation. We adjusted the garage doors on the west. That was pretty much it, because it is just a garage. How about that? We normally just don't have garages.
It is an oddball looking.
Comment.
Huh?
It's blocked by everything else, Val, that you saw out there.
Oh, it's directly behind the house that was moved.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So we fixed the garage doors, we fixed that north side.
Okay. Comments?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to
Oh, yeah, go
mention
ahead.
that the garage door lights seem out of proportion, a little atypical, and that was it.
Is that on the new one?
Yeah.
Yes.
You want to put that drawing up there so I can see it?
They're basically square panes. Actually,
Yeah, I've been over this
there
with
might
him
even
before.
be Slightly horizontal. Comments from the board?
I have one.
Yeah.
Is it possible to just eliminate that gable and just keep the roof simple and have it shed all the way across?
Run that by me again, Val. Those are on the north side, not visible, that little weirdo thing.
Get rid of this.
That's,
Get rid of the gable. It doesn't do anything.
oh, the little gable?
It's, it's, just make the roof go across all the way. So it's
Okay.
very simple.
Word was superfluous.
Can't see it, but,
Serendipitous.
that you certainly can't see.
I know, but there is so much going on. It's a simple adjustment. It doesn't affect the building. I think it would be
It actually makes it easier.
better.
All right, run it across.
Okay, Val, thank you. Who's next? Come on,
Somebody?
Diane, you out there?
Yep,
Any comments on the garage?
yeah, get rid of that, cooker over on the north elevation, get rid of that.
Okay. Cool.
That would make it much better, simpler. I got as a height of 12. Something rather,
I believe so. I can't read it from here. That sounds about right.
yeah,
It is a
That's-
garage, is a garage, which is unusual. It's a garage.
Right. Otherwise, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby?
No comment.
Okay, Stephen?
I agree with Val.
Get rid of the gable?
Okay.
All right, so it's just a shed that would continue down?
Yep.
Is that the through staff kids? All right, does somebody
Yeah.
want?
Make a motion to approve through staff with the gable removed from the north elevation.
And it would just become a continuation of the roof plane down,
Right.
okay? All right, thanks for that motion, Diane. On Diane's motion, Stephen?
Aye.
Abby?
Nay.
Okay, Val?
Aye.
Very good, and Diane on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor, that motion carries. And I guess we got one more, oh.
2.
Val, will you write that? Oh, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Pool House
Thank you so
Studio.
much.
Oh, we got 2 more.
Well, we've had, the hardscape was held to track. That's fairly simple. The pool house was the sticking point the last time. It's a studio and gym, if you look at the floor plan anyway. That now is almost completely obliterated by the new house, the existing house moving forward to that side of the lot. Is anybody listening?
Yeah.
We're trying to move the whole on here.
I'll wait till he hands them out.
This is just the pool or the pool house?
Pool house.
I thought the pool was next.
No, it shouldn't be
Pool
next because this
house.
all ties into the pool house.
The pool house is too big, in my opinion.
We're gonna continue down tomorrow. Best practice questions.
All right,
good.
does everybody have a set of plans, Steve?
No, I don't. I've got a tablet.
Oh, your tablet.
The Pool House Studio.
All right.
Oh, poor Adrian's bouncing all over. So,
We had the ridge poles up as requested about maybe 8 weeks ago. I also put pictures in the file as to what it was visible. A slight corner on the right side, because the other house hadn't moved yet, was visible. One pole, about the top half of the pole. The pictures in the file, which are not what's being handed out, shows there is no visibility from Wynn, from Vestal, or Saratoga. And once the house was moved and the new house is built, there's no visibility of it at all. So a lot of the objection was based on, can you possibly see this thing from anywhere? Because the grade slopes off so fast in the rear, you're not going to see anything below grade anyway.
hey, Linda?
So they're not up there yet. You want to wait for the drawings up there?
It's a
I
one-man
got the wrong
operation
drawing.
here.
Yep.
We're gonna review that next.
Oh, no, she's talking about on the screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could just,
But I did turn in the photos and the pole locations and everything else and where the pictures were taken from on the last one. And it was clear it wasn't visible. We reduced the ridge height from 19.4 down to 18.8. Reduced the footprint from 28.29 to 27.28. We removed that stone foundation, which was a little confusing, the way it was rendered. It's now we're running the shingles down as if it's a two-story structure in the back. We eliminated the deck railing in the back, even though you can't see it, and set it into the deck with a shingled rail. We reduced the roof overhangs from 12 to 6 inches. We revised the south windows to a more appropriate scale because there was an awful lot of glass back there. It was large. We revised the north elevation to address the concerns over the symmetry with those windows, and that's pretty much it. And we reduced the size of the windows in the front because they were really kind of big. But it looks like and acts like and quacks like a pool house studio gym kind of thing, because a lot of the use is below grade. And that is the south elevation. And we eliminated the retaining walls, which was hard to understand on the previous iteration. We are working with the grade to slope the grade down on both sides. The neighbor to the east, closer to town, at 39, has agreed to run the grade across their property because they've got quite a dip there too. So the grade is running feathering down to the east side and feathering down to the west side, though that person on the west is higher than us as well. And we're setting stairs on the east side, like, just stone steps into the grade. So there is no retaining wall associated with this structure.
So what's hard about that, Linda, is what we have that we saw online doesn't show any of that. It shows retaining walls that are up to 7.5 feet.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
There's
that's
no
not the one we
step.
submitted.
Well, that's what's submitted.
No, that's right here.
We scanned the other ones in,
Well,
so I don't know what
No.
happened there.
That's that red
What-
line thing.
what do you
we put-
say?
The drawings you have in front of you should look like what's up on the screen. That's what was scanned in.
The elevations are the same,
Okay.
but the site plan does not
Yeah.
show it.
The site
It's the
plan
same old
shows
site
a-
plan.
Val is totally spot on in terms of the height of the wall, because there's a point at which it reaches 7.5 feet high.
Right.
That's just through the line.
This has the same thing,
Yeah.
the same.
It's
It's
not,
got a 7.5 foot high wall on it.
yeah, there is.
He's being
Right here.
dismissive. You're being dismissive.
What are we, blind?
20 steps going down, so
This
20
is a
times 6 is-
7.5 foot high wall.
We don't have that.
Well, this.
They all have it.
I found it on the floor.
I don't have this.
Well,
That's a
no, this is the
landscape
next thing.
plan.
Yeah, but it shows there's no retaining walls anymore. There are no retaining walls involved with this structure,
Okay.
period.
Yeah.
They're feathering it off like the drawings that you see up there on the
Yeah.
screen.
But what we had to look at ahead of time was not that.
What we have to look
There are
at right now is not a retaining wall.
There are no retaining
Yeah.
So it needs to be corrected.
Who's
Is
talking?
it 1 foot?
Everybody.
No, hey, guys, I want to be really careful on this whole retainage thing. So what Linda's suggesting, okay, and Linda, please do correct me if I'm wrong here, but you're saying that the neighbor to the east has agreed to fill their property every bit as much as you're going to fill your property, so there won't be a retaining wall.
Well, they're feathering from, he's up here and we're down here. You can
No,
see it in the
you're
old
side by
pictures.
side, and you're both going down like this.
So we're just feathering
You
it
were filling
gradually.
7.5 feet, now he's going to fill 7.5.
No, he's not filling anything. We're feathering off of his elevated, if you look at the pictures, which are in the file, you can see that he's up here and we're down here for some
What I
reason.
looked at was a site plan that showed 7.5 feet of retainage.
There was no retainage.
Well, then we need to see revised
Well, then
drawings.
7.5 feet of fill.
They're probably in the next one,
7.5
which is
feet of fill,
hardscape.
Right.
Same.
If the next one comes out, it's in the hardscape one.
So the site
there are no
plan's gotta get
retaining walls.
ripped off these.
No retaining walls. Period. On that structure.
Okay.
Period.
Maybe it's bermed, but there are 20 steps going down to the back of the site, which
What's
which would
sloped?
be-
There's.
Well, that's on the
no way around
landscape
that.
plan.
it comes out to like over 11 feet.
Of grade change?
Yeah.
I don't have the drawing in front of me, but that sounds about right.
If you're one
But that's-
story, can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
You're one story on one side of the building and you're 2 stories on the other side of the building.
Correct.
Which ostensibly is okay, but you're just showing
Yeah, right
all
here.
foundation. So.
It's not
design it
visible
like
from
it's-
anywhere.
But design it so it's 2-story building on one side and a single story on another, so it looks normal from both sides, rather than huge foundation on one side with a building on top of it. Just integrate the design from one side to the other.
They're carrying the shingles down, so it looks like it's 2-story on the backside. They're not doing that wood, that monstrous stone foundation anymore. That was
May
their
I,
problem.
Mr. Chair, I think what's hard is that we have a whole bunch of mixed up different things to look at. And we want to make sure on something like this, given some past incidents we've had, that we have all of the information so that it matches. So like the front plan from Bracken needs to get taken off, or he needs to take the retaining off if it's going to be part of our package. We have a lot of conflicting information. so
Well, look
that-
at the hardscape plan. That's what the retaining walls are, part of a hardscape plan, not the structure.
Hey,
So if
You
the
know what?
retaining walls are in the hardscape, not in the hardscape plan, that's the plan that drives the
I'm gonna shut this
site.
down. I'm going to shut this down because we can't approve a guest house design without knowing what the finished floor of the guest house is, without any plan to show us that, other than a rough saying, oh, well, it's going to agree with the landscape plan. That's not good enough.
Well, the fill and walls are on the landscape plan, not necessarily involved with the architectural aspects of this structure, which is what I need to get comments
So you
about.
take exactly the same building and it can be 7 feet higher or 7 feet lower. We want it to be 7 feet lower. So,
What do you mean, lower than 18 feet?
okay.
What's that,
Somebody help
what
me out
exactly?
here. I want to cut this down. I want to hold this till we get complete information. That's what I want.
Basically, the point is don't fill 7 feet of grade on the property.
We're not.
That's what we're trying to get away from.
We're
Okay, so
feathering from the neighbor.
I think it's a, whenever anything extra got sent in, nothing is what we are looking at or what we had a preview to. So I suggest it gets sorted out and it can come back.
Can we come back
week.
next week?
Yeah.
Because another
No,
6
next
weeks.
week we don't have a meeting.
No, we don't
Oh,
have a
that's,
meeting.
yeah, the week after that, which is what, December?
So I'm going to motion to
Something?
hold this to the next Tuesday meeting and the site plan to reflect, the site plan for this application to reflect what is being proposed in the hardscape.
Exactly. Exactly.
Do you want to look at the hardscape plan? We haven't looked at it yet.
The hardscape, the big issue for you is going to be the pool cabana, not the hardscape. Assuming that the hardscape doesn't have a lot of retaining.
But
Can I get comments on the architecture
I
on
was just going
this?
to say, I haven't commented on the architecture at all.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do
and
we
I'd
wanna do
rather
that?
stick there for a minute, so I
We're
can
ahead
get
of the
something
game,
going
but
here.
Yeah,
let's spend till 8:30 just
Well,
working
I
on these
mean,
guest
it's,
houses.
if I may, Mr. Chair, I'll go first. It's cabana up front, house in the back. It's very odd, but I understand it's not going to be visible. The fenestration is atypical. In particular, the dorm scale of the windows in the dormer versus the first floor on the south elevation.
Yep.
They're oversized.
Which ones, the ones below or the ones up?
The dormer windows and the dormer
Okay.
are oversized. So I'm kind of looking at this as a separate elevation onto itself. Kind of like a mohawk haircut. So you look at the front, a mullet, that's it. And then I'm going to look at the mullet in the back. On the west elevation, I think that, generally that's appropriate. A steeper pitch main roof would be more appropriate, but again, limited visibility. Same on the east. We decided that we can't see the strange roof deck on the second floor. Is that correct?
Well, it was a flat roofed element, and now it's built into the shed
I
roof.
think that's the other thing. We don't have the
What?
we don't have the one that was before, so we can see what.
So
It was flat roofed with a big railing.
So my final
Which
comment
looked
is
terrible.
on the north elevation. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me look at something here. Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah, we're just building it into the shed roof. Not visible
What's your
again.
roofing material going to be, Linda?
I think they're all wood. Everybody's wood.
Yeah, I think if that's wood, a lot of my concern goes away on this, even if it is visible, because it's going to look like shingle and shingle. Roof shingle and wall shingle are going to look dramatically similar over time. Okay, in any event, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, who's next? Anybody
Hold
else
on.
on the architecture?
Yeah.
Diane, anything? On the architecture, assuming that the grading gets worked out?
Because I got problems with the grading.
I think we all do.
Windows up in the dormer are too big. The windows on the second floor are too small.
Yeah.
So, and the shed dormer, the deck cut out, I would like to see it in, how it looks in the west side. I
confused.
can't believe you can't see all these buildings from anywhere on the main elevation and stuff. It's really weird. Anyway, that top window, I said, is too big. It should at least match the 6/1s in the lower thing. Well, we're going to talk about the land another time, right?
Yeah, not next Tuesday, Tuesday after.
Okay. So how come they want all those weird deck cutouts?
It's not a deck cutout. It's an inset deck and a shed roof, which is normal.
Oh, this says roof deck cut into shed dormer.
Yeah, that's just the way he said it. It's wrong, but it's just a shed element with a roof deck set into it like many roofs on many decks here.
Okay. It's just, I didn't quite understand it. All right, so that's what, the windows should be consistent, and we'll hold on to the elevations.
Is that it, Diane?
That's it.
Thank you, Abby.
Yeah.
Val.
Yeah. I actually think you can just eliminate the dormers and make it simpler. There's no third level. It's not needed for headroom.
Light, maybe?
Make a little bit bigger window in the gable, but with the doors in the back, and I don't think you need it.
I'm not sure that they're into what they need. It's what they want.
Well,
Nobody needs to build anything.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that we're here to, never mind.
Not ask them if they need it.
well, I'd prefer it to be simpler. There is so much on this structure. I just think it's unnecessary.
And that's the front
In
dormer?
the cathedral space,
Okay.
That's the front dormer, right, Val?
both.
Well, you can't see the back.
All right, so Val, you've made your comments?
Yeah.
Thank you. I have nothing to add. I'm very interested in seeing how the grading is dealt with.
Well, did
so
you
can I
want to
have a
look at
motion
the
that-
landscape plan? Because it has the
No, I don't
grading
wanna
in
look at
it.
now. I want to look at what.
But we've never looked at it at all.
Well, it,
Get all this other stuff.
I would just
straight.
suggest that we not look at it now until we can
Thank
connect
you,
it.
Stephen.
Let's look at the structure, and then we can determine the grade from there, and then we can go to the hardscape, and it'll make it a lot simpler to address the hardscape then.
But we're on the beginning of the agenda on whatever that November,
Well, I don't know about the beginning. but
26th or
on the
whatever,
beginning of
28th.
On the
this
agenda.
segment.
not at the
Look,
end of an agenda.
may I?
Could you
say
make a
something?
motion,
Could
or
I just
somebody
finish,
make a
please?
motion?
I thought I actually did.
You did.
Seriously.
We've been talking and talking and talking. The motion, whatever it was to have the site plan with retainage accurately reflect existing and proposed conditions for this structure in this application, and for us to pick this up. Where are we on this one? It's old business.
Old business.
10-4, to go to the beginning of the line of old business 10-4 on the next Tuesday meeting, which is November 29th.
Thank you.
We'll all have had some turkey. We'll be in a little bit better mood,
Not really.
okay?
Now,
And to hold and track, the hardscape to track.
thank
Okay.
you. That's Stephen's motion,
Is that what you're looking for?
folks. That's Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Abby,
Sorry, Val.
I apologize, I didn't hear it.
Were you yakking?
we're just, the
It was
salient point
answering the
is
question.
we're holding it and we're tracking
Yes,
the,
yes.
okay. Abby's a yes, Val?
Okay, I
Thank-
just want to say something.
Oh, please, okay.
When we get all kinds of mixed up information on applications, why are we like going, okay, you can come back and be first in line?
I don't know, but here we are. So are you okay on the motion? or-
Yeah.
Diane, the motion.
Yep.
Thank you. Stephen, on your motion.
I'm a yes. and
Okay, and I'm a yes too.
I'm just going to say, we're going to address this in best practices Thursday.
That would be fantastic.
Yeah,
That was for the pool house, yeah.
and the hardscape to track it.
For the mullet.
Yes, correct. Okay, so I get to go get a drink of water. Lisa's up. And let's see, Stephen, you chairing?
That must be me.
Stephen's chairing these two.
46 and 40 Easton. Did Andrew ever come back for 2?
No, he never showed.
Maybe we could text him and let him, not text him, but bear with me, Lisa.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is this done?
yes, you got to sign it.
What'd you say?
Maybe we can email him
Okay, you guys.
and let him know you'll be on the agenda first on the 29th. Because that was us. Okay, Lisa,
Okay, are we at, 40 Auburn, 46? correct?
46 Easton.
So this was the Cuddy at 46 Easton, which is the small building in front of the existing Auburn cottage. The last comments were that we had raised the plates to make it a more viable structure and made it a salt box. And I believe the last comments were to make that salt box more of a salt box. It wasn't dramatic enough. So we lowered the plate in the back and changed the proportion of the salt box. Hold on, I'm trying to find my copy of it.
Okay. Is anybody ready?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Holly, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. So the Cuddy is a circa 1947 structure within the old historic district on Grant Point. The proposal to have an addition, raise, and reno. The front door should be retained. Per Resilient Nantucket, when features of contributing structures, which this is a contributing structure, are removed or significantly altered, the contributing status can be rescinded. So these features must be preserved or repaired to maintain the substantial improvement exemption under the building code. These features include roof forms, doors, windows, siding, porches, and many other architectural features. Also want to notate that per the review of the original site, due to Chapter 91, MHC reviewed, they looked at Auburn Cottage, this structure, which is called the Cuddy, and the shed. I notate a letter which is in the file of the overall project from May 31st from MHC, where they said this proposed project includes elevating the house at 46 Easton, which is Auburn Cottage, in its present location using piles. The project also includes placing a small addition on the house and moving the shed located on the property. And they also did say that they have a condition that the proponent receives a certificate of appropriateness from the Nantucket Historic District Commission. So I just want to reiterate that they should be satisfied with this structure, and concurrent should be provided to them. We do have comments from HSAG, and they said that at the previous meeting, Backus and HSAG pointed out the importance of retaining the existing front door, and this was supported by Thornwell and Coombs. This charming cottage loses all of its appeal when the front door is removed. There appears to be plenty of room to the side to slide it back several feet and provide a stoop for the existing front door. The brick piers are awkwardly proportioned. They should be 16 or 20 feet wide. I also want to notate from talking to my colleagues in the Plus department that the application also had to receive a zoning approval for zoning requirements. If this structure is moved back, not necessarily meeting the setbacks, but enough room to provide a stoop that's elevated that would meet all these criteria, that would be what I would recommend. I don't know if the applicant could do that, but I would highly recommend that in order to retain its historic significance and exemption under the building code and meet Resilient Nantucket. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly.
So that is correct. I think it was the discussion at the last meeting where there were two people that wanted the door to remain facing Easton Street. The other members seemed less, I don't want to say convinced, but didn't seem to be as passionate about that. The reason we are not moving it back is because of the Chapter 91 restriction. There's very little place to put structures on this site that are allowed because of that licensing. So we wanted to keep as much open space between this and the Auburn Cottage as possible. We would have to shift the building back 4 feet close to the Auburn Cottage to put that landing in. So we worked on what the other comments were, which was to create a better proportioned salt box, and we kept the door on the side. Now, obviously, I'm open to hear your comments and go from there. Obviously, working on the piers and proportioning them better is a non-issue.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the explanation. Who would like to begin? You may.
I am okay with the proposal, I just don't understand why the original building has to, when it.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, Terry. The previous submitted, the trim meets one another there, and this one drops lower.
Yeah, the reason was because, again, to try to proportion the salt box a little bit better, that eave on the left side is low. It's at 6 feet, as opposed to being, allowing us to have the windows a little higher in that addition, which is the one that has the higher eave. So the original submission had those lined up, which is why the proportion of the salt box was not strong enough, I think.
Okay, I just, I don't know whether it's worth it to keep, I mean, it is a good looking shape. Looks like a historic, proportionally correct salt box, but I think the previous submission is just a lot cleaner. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Abby. Diane?
Yeah, I appreciate the salt box. I think it looks like it goes out around with the architecture that we're pushing. My one question is, Lisa, tell me again why the little garage could not move just back 4 feet?
Well, it's just because, Diane, there's a significant amount of this lot is subject to Chapter 91, which means it cannot be further developed in terms of having structure on it. There's very little area that falls outside of that jurisdiction. Part of that area is the space between the Auburn Cottage and this building. So
right, I couldn't remember what all involved Chapter 91. So I see. Anyway, I appreciate the little salt box, and it follows along the line of the main house front door, and I think it's good. I like it. I think it looks like it was there, and both of them follow the same roof things. I can't read the little bit small. I can read 11 or 12. But anyway, I think it's good. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
Yeah, I'm sort of torn on this one. I appreciate you bringing back the little quirky salt box. The fact that this is being lifted and it changes the demeanor as it was. And so I think I'm okay. I was thinking, like, if you're lifting it, you could shift it back 3 feet, no big deal, but it still won't be what it was being raised up. So I think I'm okay with this as it is.
Yeah, unfortunately, because it has to be raised, it changes the character of the building.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Jesse's not here. I'll activate Connie.
Doesn't have to be raised?
No, it doesn't have to change.
It does.
You guys, Connie,
I
you
guess
need to
I'm-
run for a seat.
I guess I'm okay with this. Yeah, I guess I'm gonna leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a proponent of this. So I think the salt box feature is an important aspect of this. I was under the impression that prior to any work on the site, that front, there was privet along the front of Easton Street. Is that not correct?
No, this house is too close to the property line for there to be privet in front of this building.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for some reason, I was thinking that was
If you go to
there.
the site plan, it'll show you where the existing footprint is relative to the setback.
Right.
And it's.
Oh, it's right there.
It's right there. So right now, if we put steps on the building where it is, the steps would be in the, off the property.
And that's the sidewalk. Okay.
Yeah.
No, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, why don't we go ahead with it?
Sorry, I was going to make a motion to approve as submitted.
Okay. Why don't we see what happens with that? On your motion,
I'm an aye.
Diane?
She's muted. I think she said, saw her open her mouth. I didn't hear anything come out.
Diane, you're muted.
I was coughing. Aye, I'm an aye.
You can drink your coffee later. Just teasing.
The
Carrie,
little rub.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay. We're gonna move to 40 Easton, fenestration revisions. All right, the board on this is Diane, Abby, Val, Carrie, and me. Bear with us a moment, Lisa.
Okay, should I begin?
I think so, yeah, go for
Okay.
it.
So the last time this project was presented was the end of September, hard to believe, but the major changes from the original application for this were the requested do SDLs on this building, simulated divided lights, and then also make some massing changes because of a Concom 50-foot setback, which affected the addition on the east elevation. So our previous submission had that addition very close to the front of the building on the corner, and we've shifted it back 1.5 feet so that there's much more of a break between the front sort of main mass of the building and this new addition. I think those were the major sort of massing changes that took place. The other things on this south elevation were some changes that occurred with the deck and trying to retain some of the existing steps. What else did we do? Sorry, I have to go through my elevations. Let's see. Yeah, so it was we, on the south, we revised the deck configuration, keeping the existing deck that's there rather than expanding it. Just some simple fenestration changes on the west. Again, the major change was on the east and requesting the simulated divided light windows, which I think we submitted some photographs at the end of the set. Given the location of this building far from Easton Street. I'll also point out that I believe 44 Easton also has SDLs, as do the White Elephant, all along that street. And if it pleased the boards, I could see if there were concern of the garage windows that are right on Easton Street, of keeping those as SDL, or as on the first floor as simulated divided lights, although there will be privet.
As TDL.
As TDL, the first floor,
Okay.
if you're concerned about getting up close to them.
Okay.
I'm
Thank
a
you.
proponent that if the building's 10 feet away, like in an R1 district, you really can't tell the difference.
All right. we'll see what we all have to say. Abby?
Mr. Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I gotta go with the color coding here. I don't know why I keep missing that. Holly,
It's okay.
I think because Abby was ready to roll on.
It's okay. So for the record, this is a circa 1893 eclectic structure contributing to the historic district, old historic district of Grand Point. I did have a question. I know this is revisions to a application that you all approved to this historic structure with the garage last year. I'm questioning whether or not we have an elevation, sorry.
I can get an elevation certificate. We are actually lowering the first floor of this building because it is above what's required today.
Thank you. I'm glad
So
to
I
hear
can
that.
get you.
And then also with that, with the elevation, you said you're bringing it down. So that's kind of opposite of what we see with Resilient Nantucket. So I guess a historic determination isn't required, but appreciate the chimney location. I wanted to also, regarding the windows themselves, again, typically we see a window survey, knowing the condition of the existing, knowing the age of the existing structure. We don't know the age of those windows. That would be something that I would recommend. HSAG did provide some comments for your consideration, and I actually agree with them. The original approval showed the front porch hipping around the corner of the main mast as it's traditionally done. This proposal moves the hip to the right, intersecting at an awkward location between a couple windows. Front porches are prominent and important architectural elements and should conform to traditional forms. It should remain as was originally approved. The east addition is still too close to the front plane of the building and should move back another foot or two. Again, the awkward changes to the porch. And those are the comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Okay, Abby?
Holly, you said the porch, the front porch originally was larger? No. Where did it, see how it? Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I think it should go back to that.
To what?
It springs at the top from the main mass. It should.
Yeah, it
It's
should start at the
now
last
cutting
shutter.
short.
Right there.
Shift it left. It used to.
I know. I mean, that's all part of the issue that we're dealing with the Concom.
Oh, it's really awkward right now.
but couldn't you just get rid of that and have this a straight roof and then?
I mean, have that could not be a hip and that could just be a shed
Right.
potentially.
Oh,
Mm,
I like
I
the
don't
hip.
know. Yeah.
She can't do that.
Well, I'll figure out to make it happen. I do not want to, I want to figure out how to get that to work.
Is that left mass now longer than it was as well? Because it reads longer. I mean, there's two, and maybe part of that's the porch, because the porch on the first floor used to encompass the 3 lower windows and 1 was separate. Now there's 2 and there's 2 above, and it seemed like it just seemed like, oh, I
No,
guess.
I don't think that's any longer. I think the issue was that we had to
Bring it forward.
And to get the program on the second floor, it really required us to change the roofs around the porch so that they worked, because that porch, I'm looking at an old set of drawings here.
Yeah, I think bringing it so far forward is messing
I don't
it
want to
up.
go back and forth, but Lisa.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that if you could bring this, the hip is such a great feature of this, is this house, but it's so, there's so little of it there, it barely reads as a hip. So I would move it over to under that glass shutter. And I was also wondering on that secondary mass on the far right, I wonder if that, three gang window could have flat shutters on it too.
We could make it wider to put shutters on it, yeah.
I think it would look great. It was already approved like
It was
that.
approved like that, but I don't mind doing that.
But, the other thing is about the windows that are proposed. I think this might be a good chance to try them out, so I would be in favor of.
Oh, but I do want to say that the current windows are Andersons. Then I can take pictures of them. That's what the minutes say that my colleague Cy suggested last week, was that they were, all
Yeah.
existing windows are Anderson windows. They're gonna be a wood window.
Right, but they're simulated.
They're simulated, but they'll be wood, mahogany. And that, what we sent you pictures of is probably who the manufacturer will be.
Yeah, does it say on there?
Well, it's custom, it's KSD, but I don't know if it has to be a brand, but
No, I'm just curious.
yeah.
Okay.
I don't remember what we got approved.
This is like a blue?
They might
All right.
be the same blue.
Let's wrap up colors with the end of the conversation.
Okay,
We're
I'm done.
getting off track. Val, well, yeah, we're kind of getting,
The only concern I had was the same thing Abby talked about, was the hip roof on the front porch.
I'll figure out a way to make that work.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
That's it.
Yeah.
okay. Diane?
I would like to, just because it's what we've been backing for years, just to keep the windows on the main old part of the house TDLs. Why do we have the rule if we wipe it out for what reason? I don't know. I think we have it as a rule to have TDLs on historic or old buildings, and I would like to see that on the other ones. We go to the other one, but I would like to see that on the original building. I think working out the porch that will work out well, and that's good. That's the only thing I have that I'd like to see follow some of our rules. So there it is. Thank you.
Okay, Diane? Carrie?
Yeah, my main concern is that front porch. It's the unifying element that grounds this thing, this big mass tearing up from it, and it's really important to get that back to what it was.
Okay. I think we could work that out, if that could be done through staff.
Do you have any ground cover to
We have a little bit left.
use? Yeah.
Well, it shouldn't affect your ground cover, though.
No, but there's a mechanical room where it would encompass, and I wonder if you can,
Just make that bigger.
yeah,
Tighter.
pop it out underneath that porch roof,
Exactly.
so
That's what I
it's-
was just sketching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you gain a little bit
More mechanical and the roof can hit back.
and it deals with the roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or else make the mechanical room smaller and wrap
And
the
have it
porch.
yeah.
But I don't think the
But you probably need
contractor's
the
gonna agree to
mechanical
that.
room.
Okay. I guess I've got limited comments. One is, well, I think we would want to see what the resolution of the porch looks like. I'm not quite sure how we're going to accomplish that. Let me think on that for a moment. With respect to the TDLs and the SDLs, I think, and this is going to be one of the recommendations made Thursday, is that if we're referring to, well, first of all, I don't think it's fair to suggest that we don't follow our own rules. And I don't think that that's productive. In addition, I think if someone's going to point to a rule, then point to it in the guidebook. What's the reference? I don't disagree that TDLs are important in historic structures, but for the sake of consistency, I think we need to be referring to our guidebook pretty much in everything we do. We have approved SDLs on historic structures on Main Street. I'll remind everyone, and everyone who's involved in this application was involved and approved those. I'm saying that they were approved, and I'm not pointing fingers, and I'm not saying they broke rules, because I don't think it's fair to be talking like that. I don't think it's accurate. I brought it up to make the point that we shouldn't be sitting here on pedestals talking about how each other act. That's appropriate to talk about the guidebook and refer an applicant to the guidebook, but not to be talking about the behavior of the other commissioners. We're independently elected to make comments, and we should be able to do that. So I'm not, well, yeah, someone did. They said we're not following our own rules.
Let's just move on to.
So I want to I didn't intend to make find a point of that. So I think I'm okay with the SDLs, but I would like to know the manufacturer because that makes a difference. Because, if it's a Boston Sash, if it's a Green Mountain, if it, those are all acceptable. But if
If it were a Marvin, you'd say no.
if there were a Marvin, I would say no, because interestingly enough, the mutton we think of as historically correct isn't correct. The Marvin is what's historically correct. It's a wider material. But if you look at the muttons historically, the appropriate mutton for this structure, for this period, would be a wider mutton like Marvin makes. But our common experience is of the thinner mutton. So anyways.
Usually they're
It's-
7/8 when it's, as opposed to 5/8.
Yeah, if
on
you guys
it.
were familiar with the muttons, you would understand. And if you were familiar with
Right.
the different historical widths of the muttons over the years, Lisa mentioned Marvin as inappropriate, and I agreed. But I was saying, ironically, the Marvin is actually the historically correct width of the mutton, but we don't accept it as such. Just a comment. I can't, this is like, I feel like I'm stepping into the beginning of where there's a movie, it begins with an I, and they water the fields with Gatorade. No, it's Idiocracy.
I think my only comment is, and it's irrespective of this project, I think the single glazed windows should correspond with ROH zoning as opposed to, and obviously historic structures. The thing about this structure is it is historic. It's been changed so much from the historic photos, which we submitted originally, and it has been renovated so many times with Anderson, now it has Anderson windows, is to me not even historic anymore. This is an anomaly. It's not like we're taking the Auburn Cottage and putting SDLs in the Auburn Cottage. Those are single glazed windows.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I guess I'm just going to go back to my question is, do you know the manufacturer?
I don't. I mean, I'd like to say it would be somebody like KSD, which is the company that those photos were taken from. That's from the project Ray did up on Lincoln Circle, and they were the vendor for that project.
Okay, so
That, I mean, if you want to put it.
so what you've shown in the attachment is representational of what you'll be
Yes.
installing. Okay, that's
Yeah.
the important part for me. The other thing is I think I'm not seeing a difference between the grades, or I'm not seeing a difference between the number of steps and the floor height. I think consistent with our previous discussions and approvals, the FEMA height should be based upon the design flood elevation. And the language we've used is the maximum floor structure height should be no higher than the minimum of the building code required design flood elevation. And I apologize if someone needs to put a pen through their head to understand that, but it's probably one of the most important aspects of how we control the elevation of a structure.
Well, and that's why, Steve, I mean, if we were back at the original application and you had the as-built, you would actually see that we are greatly improving the approach to the front of this house, because right now there are, I think there was an elderly woman that used to live here. There are very shallow steps, and there's many of them. And probably at the time when nobody was controlling this, the floor was put a foot higher than it needed to be. So we are lowering it to match, I have to get my direction right. I believe it's 38 Easton, the one that's being renovated right next to it. We're dropping the floor to be pretty much in line with them, which is, I believe, at the building code required level now.
Okay, so again, I would just suggest that we have a reference that we use repeatedly, because it's not fair to say it's going to be the same as the house next door.
Yeah, it's not going, it might be a little bit higher than the base flood elevation, but it's going to be lower than it exists today.
Right, so and then the base flood elevation is different than the design flood elevation. So design flood elevation minimum is
Yeah.
what's required by the code.
That's
And that's
right.
all we're basically saying.
Yeah, and I believe it's 9 here in this zone.
Yeah, and whatever it is, and then we ask for the fermet to be attached. Okay. So, who wants to make that motion? Oh, yeah, we didn't decide how to resolve the porch.
Is there
Sorry.
any way that we
I
can do
feel
that
like
through
we could,
staff?
I feel like we can because we have an elevation previously approved that shows how the porch is meant to be. Can you go back, Esmeralda, to the front elevation? Here, the one on the
Bottom left.
bottom left is how the porch should read.
Should read based on our discussion here this evening.
Right.
Okay, I just want to make
The
sure. I
top,
understand.
at the top of the hip is at the side of the main mass, and, yeah.
And then, okay, so let's just identify these elements. So the, can you scroll
Porch
over?
roof to match,
What sheet is that?
Lisa knows what we're talking about.
A2.1,
Yeah, I know, but we got to write it down.
bottom left.
A2.1.
Bottom left porch
Okay.
detail.
We've got the height, we've got the
Windows.
windows as STL representational,
Wood,
wood. What else we have?
that's it.
There's not, well, I thought there was something about shutters.
Oh, Abby would like to add shutters to the, although the funny thing about that, Abby, is how do you add shutters on triple windows?
No, it's just.
Okay,
Put them on the first floor if you want, but,
No, it's fine.
okay.
so can I get a motion that the front porch will be revised to reflect the north elevation on sheet A-2.1 previously approved, that the windows will be SDL as represented, wood SDL as represented in the images provided in the packet, and the maximum floor structure height is no higher than the minimum code required design floor elevation?
No, I don't want, it shouldn't say that. It's going to be lower than it is now, but it will likely be a little higher than the design flood elevation. Yeah, I'll give you a number.
Need an elevation certificate.
Yeah, well, why, but why
What is
would
that
we-
elevate, what does the elevation stand at? Can you blow that up?
It says 8.5.
Okay. I believe, so I think the flood zone here actually is 7, and you can, and so the design flood elevation is 8. And we're going to 8, we're lowering it to 8.5. I will get you a letter from the surveyor that says what it is today and what we're lowering it to and what the design flood elevation is.
That's
Okay,
perfect.
well, no, it
Gives
kind of
everything you
isn't.
need. Well, that gives everything you need.
Well, yeah, but we kind of make the decision on what the height
It's
is
lower
going to
than
be.
what it is now.
As long as it's lower than
It
what
is lower
now.
than it is now.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
That I can swear to you by.
So the floor height will be lower than it is now, that, and then was previously proposed.
That's right.
Okay.
No, previously built,
Previously.
not proposed as what it exists today.
Okay, that's the motion,
Lower than 4 feet, which is a low elevation.
previously built. Okay, who's going to make the motion?
I will.
All right. On your motion,
Aye.
Val? Abby?
Aye.
Diane? You're muted, Diane.
Diane?
I.
And I'm an aye. Welcome back.
Yeah, that was a nice break. Okay. 4 Rays Court. No, I mean,
No, we're here till 8:30.
we're here till 8:30. Hello, Chris.
Hi, Ray.
How are you? Good.
Thank you.
Thanks
May
for
I?
waiting. Sorry it's taken so long. Yeah, go, let's see. We have our drawings. Go ahead, Chris. Thanks. Sorry, let me just announce the board, okay? Everybody knows, but it's myself, Stephen, Diane, Abby, Carrie. Okay, Chris, it's to you.
So I think it's kind of important that I kind of give you a little bit of background. Since we initially made the submission back in late May, we've had 4 submissions total. This is our 5th submission. And I just wanted to run over some of the things we were doing on the preservation front, primarily on the exterior. If you recall, there's a, to the right side on the north elevation, which will be the west side, there was an addition that was built in 1835, 1840, and we are treating that as essentially part of the structure that's going to be preserved. Windows, I want to point out to you that on the lower left of every one of our elevations, we have a diagram elevation, a small elevation, which shows you grayed out windows, either dark gray or lighter gray, or they don't have any gray whatsoever. The gray windows are windows that are being preserved, either in place or at new locations. So we are, there are 32 existing windows that are going to be preserved in their current locations or new locations. And all of them are going to maintain the plank frame casings. The front door, which is probably not original because it's a Greek revival door, will remain. Exterior shutters, which are not on the original structure at present, but because we've identified that there's shutter hardware or shutters, and we have shutters in the basement, we are basically reintroducing those existing shutters to the house. All the exterior trim is to be preserved. We're existing and we're new. The detailing will match the same. On the exterior rear, there's what I call an unsympathetic addition of a shed dormer that occurred somewhere after 1949, and that is going to be removed as part of this project. And finally, on the subject of sort of preservation, we have included again, and Holly, I think you asked that we do this, we provided the demo plans that were in the original application. And they illustrate the scope of preservation of all the original interior fireplaces, the original mantles, the original front hall stair, and the original fireplace inserts. Preservation of the original foundation at the front of the house, and we're preserving the original interior partitions and original interior doors and their locations at the front of the house, along with the preservation of the rear winder stair. So our last meeting was in mid-September, and there were some concerns on several of the elevations from the commissioners. So if we could start with the north elevation, which is the front. There we go. So I'm just going to list off sort of the concerns that were presented. Side entry door. Previously, it was a 6-panel door. The commission felt that it was odd, competing with the front Greek revival door, and that it should be a 9 or a 12-light door. So the revision we have there, and it's clouded, as we've changed to a 9-light door to
12.
sort of give it a more informal appearance.
12, right?
No, I have it as a 9.
Oh,
I mean,
9,
if
okay,
it's-
I can't really, oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
I honestly, I feel that a 12-light door is really more appropriate sort of on the rear of a structure. To me,
Okay.
it's really more of a French
Sorry,
door.
it was out of focus.
And that's a mudroom door essentially, and I think more utilitarian. Middle porch post on this side porch. The commission felt it should be eliminated, and the revision is the middle porch post was eliminated. And subsequent to that, with the elimination of that porch post, we also shifted the first floor 9/9 window so that it aligned with the second floor window above. 6/6 window above the garage door. The commission did not prefer it and would prefer going back to the 9-light sash, so that's what we're showing there. There's a 9-light sash, and that's bubbled. And finally, exterior color for garage doors. The commission thought the chrome green would draw more attention to the doors. We did a historic microscopic paint analysis on the shutters to determine the original color, and chrome green was the original color. And we feel that's the most appropriate color for this house since it was original. And that's what we're proposing for the garage door. Okay, east elevation. No comments from the commission, so it remains unchanged from our last presentation. South elevation. The commission was concerned about the rear L, which has been a point of discussion. And the preference was for a lower eave height and to reduce the rear L scale. So the revision, as we're struggling to maintain headroom for a third floor bedroom, and it's challenging as it is. And so the rear L width has not been reduced, but to reduce its scale, we've changed the previous 9/9 windows to 12/12 windows to really kind of bring the scale down. And if we could scroll on through the final elevation, we've also prepared a photo rendering of the visibility. Keep going up. There we go. It's a photo rendering of that rear L from Judith Chase Lane, which basically that's an existing board fence. Everything that you see except for the rendered renovations to Juarez Court is actual and taken from an actual photograph. So essentially, really none of the first floor alterations are going to be visible in that scheme. Also, if we could scroll down again, this is a rear L at 88 Main Street, and we worked on this property several years ago. The width of that rear L is 1 foot less, 12 inches less than what we're proposing. And this property also is bounded on the corner of Traders Lane. So you get a lot of visibility here as opposed to the visibility that you're getting from Judith Chase Lane on Juarez Court. And then finally, if we could scroll down a little bit up. I don't know if you can read this well, but this is an overlay of the existing shed dormer that we're proposing to remove. And that existing shed dormer is 2.5 feet less wide than our proposed rear L, just to sort of put it into some context. And finally, if we go back up to the west elevation, the commission was concerned about the second floor gable windows, that they were right up against the corner boards. And the revision is that those windows have been moved in from the corners as shown clouded. That's the extent of our revisions and
Great.
changes in response to our last.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So
There's
for
a
the
lot of
record,
feedback there for some
there
reason.
is, I don't know why. This is a circa 1797 structure, typical Nantucket, attributed George Ray, a Cooper, with an 1835 addition. And I understand that Brian Pfeiffer did an assessment. I did previously ask for a copy of that, if that's okay, for our file. Very, very happy to hear all the different preservation aspects. Appreciate the plan showing the existing conditions versus the history of the proposals. Appreciate the proposed view off of Judith Chase Lane. I do question, though, of what the view currently looks, as if the fence may not cover all of it, as it's shown, and as well as how tall is that fence in proportion to where you're standing from where that photo was taken. Appreciate the window and door survey, the retention, salvage of existing fenestration. That's what every historic structure should have. So greatly appreciate that, along with obviously the historic interior features in the chimney. I do, again, question the visibility, especially with that existing, exterior chimney feature that's not a historic characteristic in the neighborhood. So again, the view doesn't really necessarily address that concern. As you all are aware, the commission did receive some comments from the HSAG group. They said that many of their previous concerns may have not been addressed. The back of the house is completely visible from Judith Chase Lane and should conform to building with Nantucket and Mine guidelines. The rear addition is still disproportionately wide. It should be subordinate to the main mast by dropping the ridge a couple feet below the main ridge. Rear Ls are usually much narrower and don't normally conceal so much of the rear elevation. Exterior fireplaces are not appropriate anywhere in the OHD. This one will be very visible from Judith Chase Lane and should be eliminated. The proposed window changes to the main mast are no longer shown on the drawings. You explained it, so I don't think that's, they didn't get that. This information should be shown in each revision. Yes. Please pay attention to the drawing error on the north and west elevations. I didn't look into this comment too much, so maybe we could look at that. The grade as shown on by the line below the side porch will need to be either dropped towards the driveway or retained. Either way, it creates either a very high retaining wall or a very tall angled skirt board below the porch facing raised court. And that would be my only concern on that comment. Those are comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Holly.
Thank you.
That's the slope lawn.
That's lawn?
Yeah.
And then this
Well,
is,
I shouldn't be speaking for Chris, but
Oh.
isn't that the retaining wall at the street and then it slopes up a little bit?
It would need to, yes.
Yeah, so that white space is essentially your sloped lawn, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Or, I mean, we will be submitting a landscape plan at some point.
Yeah,
to
but
further
just so
define
that
this.
it's, I don't think it's a drawing error, it's just showing the sloped lawn.
Yes.
Okay. Holly, thanks again. Is anybody, let's see. All right, Abby.
Can we look at the application
I can
form?
guess.
what I want to know is because,
It's gonna be chrome green, I bet.
Well,
No?
it may be white, because that's what
Oh,
it is at
okay.
present.
Oh.
But if we could check.
White.
White, okay. So, I wanted to, because the garage is modern, and I want it to be as wide as possible. I think the chrome green is gonna be very loud, especially with brick on either side, the red and green are like that. So I was wondering if it would be, or if, you know, the board, if we did half chrome, half Essex, just to cut it and not make it not so bright.
Oh, just a little bit darker than the
Yeah, I would
chrome?
do half,
You know what she means?
cut a color. to
You
make
know
it-
how you used to take Essex and black and
Oh,
mix
yeah,
them?
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And I would do the same somehow to make that secondary door not compete with the front door. So it would also be sort of a darker as it goes back.
An
You're
Essex
speaking about
green as
color.
opposed to white.
Yeah, I don't know, let's hear what everybody else, but I was more concerned about the garage doors because I think chrome green can be hot.
Well, and I think it's an important perspective to understand because those garage doors are in the field of being bound on both sides by foundation wall brick as opposed to shingles.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what.
Yes. Okay, Abby, thank you. Who's next?
I'll go because
Thank
I'm
you.
along the same lines. I just don't think they should be painted at all. I think the whole garage issue on this property was it used to be a separate little building and really was not attached to this. The fact that this is attached to an historic structure is not really kosher or whatever the right word is. So I'm thinking it should simply be natural wood and let to gray out and really minimize itself. I love the fact that you've figured out the chrome green is the shutter color, but I don't think a shutter and a garage door really need to match each other, especially when one seems to want to disappear. I appreciate no roof walk, even though I know you did that last time. I think you've done a great job. You've had to go back and forth a few times with the board saying yes to that, no to that, and then back and forth. And I think it's here. So That's my only qualm is on the front, the garage door.
It sounds pretty benign.
Mr. Chair, may I make
Yes,
one
sir.
comment?
Sure.
We would, just for the rest of the board, we would be accepting of the garage doors going to natural, going to weather.
Okay, well, it's good to know. Thank you. Stephen, you ready?
I agree with everything Carrie just said.
Okay, that's it? All right, Diane, it's to you, my dear. Are you muted again? Oh, there you are.
No, I'm not muted.
Okay.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I
Okay.
agree with Carrie, and I think that the dark green is probably too heavy, and this is visible from the back of the building, and I guess I'm not sure what I think should happen back there, but it is more visible than you think of, because you think of Ray's Court as being sort of tucked down below the hill, but you're looking right at it. So I will I will keep some thoughts, and if it comes back on revisions, I'll come up with them. I want to see it more.
Okay, okay, Diane. Bless you, Connie. I think that was Connie. Is that it?
That's it for me.
Yeah? Okay. Okay, my comments, I guess. I think that Chris has done a really good job with this house, honestly. And I do believe that the back portion, the rear gable, is large, but I think that it's more in keeping with the rear L additive piece that is so prevalent in the OHD. And I think that its proportions are not all that different from other buildings in the area. Chris has shown us at least one of them. So I think, oh, and by the way, if the fence weren't there, I think that what's happening below the line of the fence is not objectionable. And I'm sure there's going to be landscape that's going to be happening in that intervening piece of property between the house and Judith Chase. So it sounds like we might have liftoff on this. Would you agree?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, let's try it
I
out.
can't remember if anybody said anything, but I think the garage
Well,
doors.
I think the
would-
consensus view was that the garage doors were going to be natural to weather.
Natural.
Is that okay?
That's,
And did we want to do something with your side door? Like, does that want to go green instead of
I
white?
think, so you said the front door was white.
White.
yes.
Yeah, I guess the side door could be white too. And
I think so.
I think
'Cause-
it's
'cause
probably white
they're all
on
in the same,
Yeah.
it's the same
yeah,
elevation, whereas the
okay.
garage doors are at that
All right,
lower.
so the only change would be that the garage doors would be, Holly, did you?
Can you add the historic assessment from Brian Pfeiffer in the file, if you're gonna do this through staff?
Yeah,
Sure.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay.
So who, Pfeiffer?
Brian Pfeiffer's historic assessment, and the garage doors are going to be going from chrome green to natural to weather.
That's my
That's the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so on the motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Very good. Stephen?
Aye.
Very good. Diane?
Aye.
Here we are. And Abby on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Thank you very much for waiting.
Thanks for sticking it out with
Yeah,
us.
Thanks for sticking it out. Okay, you guys, yes. Thank you for traveling so far. Do we want to try a little bit of new business before we retire?
Yeah.
So poor Connie, you see, has only spoken, I believe, on one application. Is it seriously
Do
one?
just this roof so we can get this roof done.
What's that?
That's the first one on the new business, 4 North Water. We just
No,
do this
we got
roof
15
change.
minutes. We're going to kill this whole new business.
Oh, sure you are.
But you gotta cooperate.
yeah.
Okay, so let's roll. But Connie, this is an easy one, right, Linda?
This is the building where Sarah Alger is. We used to have, the planning office used to be in there. It's Wiley Collins inherited from his dad.
Oh, yeah, of course.
It had the old green
Yes,
roof
yes.
on it,
Yep.
which they do not make anymore unless you want to go to Aqua.
We're well aware.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he wants to put on charcoal black architecturals, which is one of the approved colors in the old historic district.
Actually, is this Wiley?
Hmm?
Is Wiley the owner of this?
Yeah.
The application says, through Mr. Chair, charcoal gray.
Charcoal gray, it's depending on what you use, if it's gray or black.
Well, but we don't have a charcoal gray that's approvable. We have pewter gray or charcoal.
It's charcoal black. It's some people call it charcoal gray, some people call it charcoal black. It depends on what you're using.
I'm just
We
going
just
with
wanna
the
make sure the
manufacturer.
proper
It's charcoal
terminology
black.
Because the different manufacturers.
So it's charcoal.
Yeah.
It's a gaff shingle.
Yeah.
Okay. I have no concerns. Oh, wait, Holly.
Holly,
You
yeah.
gotta learn to look at the colors on this sheet.
All right, you guys, you've been doing that a
Go
lot
for it.
tonight. Okay, so for the record, and I know Linda didn't put this application in, but I'm going to say there was no historic information with this. This is the Easton Joy House circa 1846, built after the Great Fire. It's also known as the Obed Joy House.
Obed
And
Joy.
it was documented by HABS, Historic American Building Survey. It was built for E.F. Easton, and then obviously Obed Macy Joy lived there. And it's an unusual example of Carpenter Classic with a Gothic window. And then Easton obviously was the house, right? The change to 3-tab roof to architectural charcoal gray. The structure was built after the Great Fire of 1846 and had a wood roof. Charcoal gray architectural is an approvable color, or excuse me, charcoal
Black.
gaff is an approvable color in the OHD. However, the photos look more of a seafoam green. Obviously not made any longer. The commission has allowed nickel gray 3-tab in the past, as this provides that green and the black as you all want in the OHD. That was my recommendation, to go for 3-tab nickel gray. I do want to just mention, I know, again, I'm not saying that it's not approvable, because it is, it's on your list, but I wanted to mention that because of this whole trend we're seeing of architectural shingles being proposed, specifically in the OHD on historic structures, I did a bolo, if you will, with my preservation mass listserv that I'm on, and basically asked, what can other historic districts share? And I got back something from the city of Salem, preservation planner there, who said that the 3-tab versus architectural roof styles has been a long and contentious debate with Salem. So not just Nantucket, we're not that unique. And after denying architectural shingles for many years, the commission is now approving them due to the fact that the industry is phasing out 3-tab, right? We've all said that before, and architectural shingles are better able to withstand increasing storm intensity. That said, the Salem Commission has established a policy that they will only approve architectural designer shingles with a straight cut, low profile, not 3-dimensional appearance and solid color. I just wanted to provide that.
Paralleled what we came up with.
Yeah.
Yes and no, because you got to remember the architectural gives you that 3D type of appearance
Well,
where,
but there are those ones that are kind of cut a little bit diagonally, so they look a little bit like a cedar shake.
yes,
I don't think there are any of those.
there are those, but they actually show literally they're square cut. They look very, very.
All right, can we draw the line in the sand on another house than this one?
Yeah. So,
Please,
All right.
don't make this the example.
No, I'm sorry. It was the
This is-
start of these, we have a couple other ones.
I think
just
it's
wanted
helpful
to mention that.
information.
It's additional information. I will forward it to the commission for your, knowledge and
Thank you.
that's.
Thank you, Holly.
Oh, my gosh. All right. I'm going to take a break from the next one. Okay, comments from the board. Stephen, you were about to go, I think.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's an approvable. I lament the loss of the 3-tab, especially the seafoam green.
Yeah.
Me too.
But it's just, the reality is that it's changed. Holly brings up a good point, and as opposed to just saying straight cut and, not having the Tom Brady shadow line on the shingles for that 3D depth, we went through and painstakingly selected approvable colors. So I want to honor those colors. I think charcoal is acceptable.
I think the seafoam green was my favorite color on the roofs, but
Me
you just
too.
can't get it.
Okay.
Okay,
So that's my motion,
uh,
if you'll accept it.
yeah, is there any discussion on the motion? There is a motion to approve this charcoal. If there's no discussion, I'm gonna just go with Steve. Well, actually, Stephen beat me to it. So why don't you be the first person? So on Stephen's motion, Abby.
That was an aye.
Okay, and Val, you're sitting off?
Yeah, so
Connie. Connie.
I was
Aye.
sitting off, so Connie.
Very good. Sorry. Diane,
I can't see her anymore.
Aye.
but She's up there.
very good. Stephen, on your motion?
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, thank you. Can you chair the next
Do
one?
everybody close it.
You know,
Because
I
I-
can. I
Oh,
just
but
want
her
to point
name
out
is
that
Welch.
Jacqueline is no relation
Okay,
that I know
for the
of,
record.
for the
And
record.
actually, we should make sure that somebody's here to rep anyway.
No, because we may
Is
have
anybody here to
quit.
rep?
That's so sad.
The second-
here.
That's Mr. Wing?
Yeah, speaking.
Okay, so Stephen's gonna chair. I'm gonna sit off and Connie can take my place. Thank you, Connie.
If you
Okay,
sit
great.
off, you can go home, 'cause
Well-
we're not doing any more.
Oh, yeah, I guess, wow. I'll come back.
So, Mr. Wing, your board is going to be Abby Camp, Connie Patton, Diane Coombs, Carrie Thornwell, and myself. And why don't you go ahead and present?
Yeah, it's just requesting from the owner this to change the exterior trim from that, whatever it is, to white, the whole house.
Okay. Okay.
Windows, doors, casings, everything.
Pukey tan to
Mr.
white.
And all the sash is white.
No, it's not all white.
Well, on this photo, it is white. On the back,
The
it
photo's
looks
right
like-
there.
Oh,
Okay,
on
so
the front, it's white.
there's a mixed match of colors,
On the side, it's white.
but to be clear, all the trim is proposed to be white.
Proposed, yes.
Okay.
Should you show shingling first?
Yeah. I'm sure they're going to be doing other work, but I don't want
This is one where we had a funky deck off the back.
to. Okay, who would like to start?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
it's a historic
That's,
structure.
you could say me.
Thank you. So 38 Union Street, I couldn't find an HTC survey. Mr. Wayne, there was no historic information on the application, so please do that in the future. There's a PIN NPT info that I have, that we all have available on the town's website per a CPC project that PIN and NPT did. This is a circa 1810 typical Nantucket 2.5-story with a ridge chimney 4-bay facade with 12/12 windows. The existing trim color on this typical Nantucket is a cobblestone type color. I would venture to guess. It's not white.
No.
Which makes this historic structure stand out from the neighboring houses because the Greek Revival style that flank it are both white. Just question because the application was not clear, would all the elements of this historic structure be painted white? Because the existing stoop, railing, and fence and the trim are all cobblestone. So are we also proposing to have the stoop, the railing, and the fence all also painted white?
Yes.
And then I also wanted to mention that the existing foundation is black. So that is a big contrast, and I just wanted to bring that to the commission. Those are comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Appreciate it. Additional comments, concerns?
I'm okay with the proposed.
Okay. Connie?
No, nothing additional.
Diane?
I live up the street from this house, and There isn't really, it's just the windows. And what color is the front door going to be? Is it all going to be white, white, white?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, does that change? Hold on just a moment. Diane, go ahead.
Okay, well, I don't know. I think it's too much for this particular house. I don't think it's not formal enough to be all white. I think that it doesn't need to be the color it is, but it could be the Nantucket gray. Better than all white.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree. I think there's some unusual elements on this building that should not be called out and by having white trim all over the place. I think a subtle gray would be fine if they don't like this cobblestone putty gray or whatever this color is called, but
Like a platinum or darker?
I still am confused about what platinum.
Platinum is like a silvery gray.
Yeah, I think,
It's
I
not
don't know.
white,
I don't
but
think
it's-
that's a good historic color either.
Okay.
To tell you the truth. I think you should go to the,
Battleship gray?
no, to the list, the Nantucket list of colors.
What a novel idea.
Because I just think, yeah, there's a lot of elements on this building that are going to be visible from the town parking lot, from the sides. The HVAC on this side is really annoying, and
We're not painting that.
something should be done with that, not painted, but boxed in cedar, when you reshingle the sides. I'm a no
Yeah, and
on white.
I didn't realize the door. I agree. I think that's gonna be too much white.
Okay, so I think that's everyone but me.
I said, no, I said, I was the first one that said I was fine with white.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone spoke but me. You
Oh,
spoke.
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I would think that a subtler tone than white. I'm typically an ABW guy, anything but white. But for Jackie, I want to see if I can help her out. I think a lighter gray would be appropriate. The Nantucket gray, depending on which manufacturer you get, is kind of a greenish gray or not, but it's basically what's on there now. Do you have any latitude, Mr. Wing, on color?
Well, what about the front door?
The front door is blue right now.
Yeah, we can leave it that. That's the, both of them should be left like that.
The
You know, I
store.
like that, I like that contrast. That's no problem. But all of the houses, all the way around it, everything's in white.
No,
but
it's not.
These are, but these are
Diane,
very
hold
good
on.
photographs. Yeah, but the paint job is not that pretty. I must have taken a real good photograph of that front facade with that, because it's just not that pretty. It's old, it's worn out, and she wants to just go with white like her neighbors.
But you have a third floor dormer with a lot of windows on the rear and a second floor deck, and all that would be trimmed out white. And I think those elements in particular would be screaming as white.
Thank you, Carrie. I'm going to suggest that we do a view.
Oh, that's a great idea.
So
That's
maybe we
my,
could-
that's my motion.
Mr. Wing, what that means is we're gonna, before the next meeting, we'll all do a drive-by and take a look at the structure to see what, try and imagine what it would be like as white with a blue door to match the existing. And then we'll be back to this discussion at the next Tuesday meeting. You'll be on the list.
Okay,
The
a lot of the
next
trim.
Tuesday
A
meeting,
lot of the
not
trim has
next
been.
Tuesday.
November 29th.
Yeah. So can I get a motion for review
That's my motion.
on your motion?
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Yeah,
and I. Thank you.
Okay,
Oh,
guys, it's 8:30. What do you say? It's been a long night. You wanna
It
call it a
has.
day?
The John McLaughlin.
Yeah, we need, let's see. Do we have minutes?
Yes,
Okay.
October 25th.
All right. Can somebody give me a motion on that?
Motion to,
approve.
So Stephen got you. So Stephen has a motion to approve minutes of October 25th. On that, Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Thank you. Stephen,
I'm going to abstain.
and I'll go in favor, so that's 4 in favor, 1 abstention. Mr. McLaughlin, can we have it?
So moved.
All right, so Mr. McLaughlin has made a motion to adjourn for the evening. On that motion, Carrie,
Aye.
let's say Val,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Stephen on your motion.
Aye, and John says a big hello to
Oh,
everyone.
that's- oh, does he really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
And Diane on the motion? Still there,
Heavens,
Diane?
yes.
All right, yeah, okay. Thank you.